are treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't employ. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Where the fireflies glow, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy goes to gold, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's got down all the lines. And it just fits, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your proof and let the case clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. But Michael's smile ride with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Theory, it's just not right. So it goes spin back, Michael Beam with his pen. I done told you
Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life. Turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
All right, folks, gather round. We've got a doozy today. An apple coil that supposedly reverses gravity. I mean, who wouldn't want to save Newton from his own apple mishap, right? Let's just hope we don't end up floating around this cargo bay like a bunch of confused schmucks.
If we do end up floating, at least we'll have a new perspective on Newton's theories. Just imagine, an apple a day keeps gravity at bay. Now let's see if this coil can really make Newton's apple fly back up to the tree.
If this coil works, we might just rewrite physics and make Newton roll in his grave, upwards. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Last time, Benefactor nearly turned us into human pinballs. Keep your helmets on, folks, just in case we defy gravity a little too well.
Helmets on, check. If we start bouncing around, I'll just pretend it's an avant-garde dance routine. Let's hope this time we stick the landing and not the ceiling.
If we end up on the ceiling, at least we'll have a new angle for our next episode, gravity-defying dance moves. Just remember, avant-garde or not, the goal is to save Newton, not become the next Cirque du Soleil act. Benefactor, please keep the chaos to a minimum this time.
I'll do my best, but you know me. Chaos is my middle name. If we do end up in a circus act, at least we'll have a captive audience in orbit. Let's just hope Newton's apple doesn't turn into a cosmic boomerang.
If it does, we'll have to dodge it like we're in an interstellar dodgeball match. Just remember, the goal is to save Newton, not to become the apple's next target. Benefactor, let's aim for a scientific breakthrough, not a cosmic comedy show.
Well, if we do end up in a cosmic comedy, at least we'll have a stellar punchline. But seriously, let's keep our eyes on the prize. Newton's legacy deserves more than just a fruit salad in space. And remember, folks, gravity's not just a good idea, it's the law.
And breaking that law could land us in a gravitational courtroom with Newton as the judge. Let's make sure our apple coil doesn't turn into a fruit-flinging fiasco. After all, we're here to honor Newton, not turn his theories into a cosmic joke.
All right, folks, with our apple coil ready, let's challenge gravity and maybe give Newton some competition. Helmets on, fingers crossed. Whether it's success or cosmic comedy, it's all for science and a bit of fun. Join us next time as we attempt to prove that when gravity gets cheeky, even Newton might just let his wig float.
What's going on, everybody? Let me make sure my mic is working for everybody to hear me. Hello, everybody. I'm the Benefactor. Some of you know me already. I'm an independent researcher looking into different areas of forbidden science. Most notably, the rodent coil reverse engineering of First Stop Energy's research into the area. And today I have some pretty interesting updates regarding free energy devices and such, including some of my own research. So let's just dive right into some of it. If you aren't aware, I do have a companion guide now for our pre-game show. So from going forward from now on Fridays for our Friday pre-game show, I will have a pre-game show companion guide for you, and it is linked in the description right now. So if you'd like to follow along with me, and I'm going to pull it up so you can also see it for those who don't have the ability to follow along. All right. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is my Apple coil. I have made some significant additions to it. There are some jumper cables now, a capacitor, and even a potentiometer. So, oh, yeah, and I added a switch button. Not sure what this thing's going to be useful for yet, but hopefully we'll find some use for it, other than just comedic relief. All right, so just today, I believe it was today or yesterday, I got an update on the McGrav machine from Michael Morell. Now, Michael is a new member of our team who's been helping me reverse engineer some of the experiments that First Stop Energies has been doing, and he's been doing a remarkable job. Recently, he did acquire 10 times output, so he was putting in 14 volts and getting out 140 volts approximately while maintaining the current. So that's extraordinary. That's like a 2.5 CPO, where my system was only at like a 1.5 over Unity. So that's very remarkable. It shows us that we have yet another independent researcher proving that what First Stop Energies was doing was legit and needs to be looked into. With that said, we will be doing a pre-recorded session with Michael. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday we plan on doing it. I'm not sure exactly when we're going to release it. I'm hoping that I'll get released that same day. But, you know, with pre-recorded sessions, we have to go through it and make sure, you know, the interviewer and the presenter have everything that he wants in there and doesn't want in there. So if there's anything we need to edit, we'll have to do that, and I'm hoping to get that out for you at least the same day, if not Sunday. So with that, we're going to jump into the McGrav machine update. Now, Michael sent me this video from KF Australia, and we're going to watch it in a second. But first, I want to describe what the Cache McGrav machine was, because I wasn't aware of, like, I heard the name before, but I wasn't really aware of what kind of device it was. So, the Cache McGrav machine is a device created by Mahran Tavalkoli? Cache? I believe. I'm probably butchering that name. It is described as a free energy device that allegedly harnesses plasma technology and gravitational magnetic fields to generate energy. Cache claims that the McGrav unit can be utilized for various applications, including energy production. If you'd like to learn more information about the Cache McGrav machine, a potential follow-up search query. Okay, so yeah, I just copied and pasted this from LeonardBot. If you're not aware, LeonardBot is the chatbot that I use to research all of this. Actually, I was meaning to. Here, let me put a link in there. So LeonardBot is www.lenr-bot.com. And this is what I use. So say I have a question. This is exactly what I did. I had a question about the McGrav machine. I didn't know exactly what it was. Went to LeonardBot,
asked the question, and then when it gave me the list of answers, it says summarize with AI, and I pushed that button and it gave me this answer. And you can obviously get more information from LeonardBot if you're interested in knowing more about these machines and free energy in general, and also get links to some Bob Greenyer's videos as well. So that's all been trained with countless amounts of data from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project by some generous folks on their Discord community. Now we're going to open this video, but the video, before I open it, I'm going to just go over the bulletins that I have written down. It's apparently getting 50% over Unity, so around what my system gets, 1.5, not including my stereo amp. We have no idea how it's wired, though. So we're going to open this up.
Okay, this video is from Cash Foundation Australia, and what we have here is a test of our first MagRav unit that's been set up and plugged in for the first time. And my friend Max, who is an electrician, who's come over to help me to set it up tonight.
Volt stick. I use this daily. This is how it normally works. Get close to the cable, maybe around 1 centimetre or 2, and it goes off. It's magnetic fields that it's picking up. Let's go over to the coil. See, we're a good 200 mil away from the coil when it's going off. You can hear the sound even fluctuating.
It's a strong magnetic field right there. Nice.
Not normal.
Okay, test number 2, we're just going to turn the system on again and see what we get after we had a bit of a spark incident earlier. So, where we go.
Good so far.
Nothing sparking or smoking at this stage. Seems to be okay.
Still good.
In a while. Sorry. Hey Lulu, how you doing? What's going on, everybody that just jumped in? Okay, so he's got 0.6 amps going in. .92 amps coming out. I'm assuming what Michael was meaning by 150% is he's probably maintaining the voltage. So this is some kind of amperage step up, maybe. Let's see what the description has to say. It says, "Hi, this is Jill Rasmussen. This video shows the first MagRav unit I have built following the Keshe Foundation blueprint teaching. This prototype was done slowly over 6 weeks while learning the concept. This video shows the first time it was connected to the grid through a PowerPoint. The simple fact that the system doesn't short out when connected shows that something is happening. When you look closely at this video, when the drill is turned on, you can see a small spark at the top of the stacker. The 3 electricians with me on that night had to pick their jaws off the ground when it didn't go bang. The testers indicated active voltage only in the presence of electrostatic fields of sufficient strength. The lack of measuring information was due to not having a meter available for this test. The next video I will make will show the measurement information in detail. Those who follow the blueprint know that it takes 3 to 4 weeks to slowly increase the load to nano coat the wires in your house once connected to them." Wow. Yeah, because you're nano coating them with probably like a plasmoid or EVOs. And EVOs have the ability to embed themselves in the systems and be utilized years later, as we've seen in the thunderstorm generator. This is really remarkable stuff. All right, that's cool. Thank you, Michael, for that update on the McGrav machine. I'll have to look into that. Maybe they have some kind of a chapter on the McGrav unit in my Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. All right, with that said, we're going to jump into the resonance stone pyramid video that I found. It's a little short video, but it's significant because this shows you that something was going on regarding resonance with the Egyptian pyramids, right, and their construction. And this is something remarkable that I just stumbled across earlier today.
Now he will show us something here. Normal sound. No.
Okay, normal sound.
No.
Now what? Yeah. You hear that? You hear the difference?
No.
It's like some kind of resonance chamber right there, where the stone is resonating. It was made to make a specific tone. It was utilized for a purpose, right? So I think that's significant. That's just more evidence that, you know, the Egyptian pyramids are more than meets the eye, right? Hey, Johan, how you doing, man? Good to have you guys here. What's up, Crypto? Everybody's here, man. I love it. I love all the love. So I do have some updates on the Christmas coil. You guys haven't seen the Christmas coil unless you're a part of the Patreon crew. And if you're not a part of the Patreon crew, I highly suggest going over and just subscribing, even as a free member, just to keep updates on some of my stuff. Not all of it is behind a paywall, but I try to keep some of it behind a paywall because, you know, I am a broke-ass bitch, and I do need some funding for some of this research. So that really goes a long way into helping me fund some of this research. So anyways, with that said, we're going to give you an update on the Christmas coil. Oh, I didn't put the pictures in here. Shame on me. Give me 1 second. Let me drop these pictures. Ah, dang, it's an invalid format. Give me 1 second. I might have to... What did it save it as that? Give me 1 second. All right, we're just going to do it this way. I'm going to share my screen and show you the picture that way. Oh, cool. All right, so this is the new Christmas coil. All right, you can see it's far from perfect geometrically. The wire bundle is the last wire bundle I had available, and it was just short of finishing the last turn on the interference pattern. So as you can see, it's kind of missing literally one turn on the last turn on the interference pattern. So it ends up not on the one it started with, but the notch above it. Now, from what I understand and how these things work, this is like 99% of the geometry required for the energy and the vortex to be created. So I'm not sure if it's going to entirely hinder our ability to produce more energy output. I don't think it is going to be an ideal system. Obviously, it's missing a turn. So, but I do think we'll be able to get some kind of over unity with it with the open source method, hopefully, or the open circuit method that Michael utilizes. And we're going to hook that up later tonight and see what happens with the Nunez method, as I like to call it, the open circuit method of hooking up the coil, because I tried the induction method, and interesting enough, I did get like nearly the same waveform that I get, the H wave, with the Mark I when it's producing over unity and in resonance. Now around the same, like the same 1 kilohertz, same range, 1 kilohertz I was putting into this coil. And I could actually play the video. Yeah, let me play the video for you. I wasn't getting more energy out, but I was getting nearly the same waveforms. So my theory is if I can analyze those two waveforms and determine exactly what's different about them, I can tell what's going on with my Mark I that's different about it, because it is doing something different that I haven't seen in any of these rodent coil systems before. And crew, we have 1000 hertz going into the new Christmas coil, and look at the waveform we get when we turn up the gain. Look at this. Oh baby, oh, it's the same. Look at that. Turning it up. So it appears to be the same, but when I zoom in a little bit, it is slightly different. So I am going to analyze those two waveforms, because again, this is producing loss. It's not generating extra energy. It's not tapping into the 0 point, right? So this is just a really efficient coil at this point. It's not doing anything extraordinary compared to the Mark I coil, which at the same resonance is producing a 155% over unity energy production compared to the input versus the output of the coil. So this is near the same waveform. We're going to analyze this and see exactly what the difference is. Let's pause it real quick, because I can tell you right now, right off the bat, the other waveform has a much larger spike on the top right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Is my cursor visible? But yeah, this first top spike is a lot higher. You know, you see this like a big transient spike almost, and it's completely mirrored on the bottom on the inverse as well. So you'll see those two large spikes. Now this is just kind of like a, you know, like a half parabola almost. It's or almost like a half sawtooth, sorry. Half triangle waveform. So it's like it's going up, but it's not going up high enough, and it's going down, and it's not going down far enough. So that might be one of the reasons. Now when I zoom in here, I also see that it's that smooth double bump waveform that Bedini actually draws out in one of his videos. So I'm assuming I'm not going to see that when I zoom in, but we won't know until we do further testing, and we will tonight on League of Extraordinary Inventors, assuming that Mike K from Faraday Research is still going to have it tonight. If not, then we'll just, you know, continue on with the pregame show. All right. So in summary, I finished wiring and configuring the reverse-engineered PoE vortex coil designed by Michael Morell. Yes, this coil frame is Michael Morell's amazing attempt at trying to reverse-engineer the... Come on, where is it? Trying to reverse-engineer the First Stop Energy's large PoE vortex coil. There it is. Okay, so this coil frame right here is Michael Morell's attempt at trying to reverse engineer their design for the large PoE vortex coil. And I believe this is the one that he's using when he's actually getting his 10 times output, right? Using the open circuit method. So that's very important to keep in mind. It is using all 24 wires this time, as opposed to Mark I, which, remember, as I've said numerous times, it has many imperfections, and one of them is that one of the wires did not maintain continuity. I couldn't get continuity for the life of me, so I had to disconnect one on the other channel to even it out. So instead of 24 wires on that one, you're only utilizing 22. Now, this, I believe, has an important factor and is probably the reason why we can't achieve the Nunez open circuit 10 times output method, because we need those extra 2 channels to produce what's described as, I think it's like a non-linear amplification, right? It's not linear in the sense that every channel or every wire turn is going to add an even number of energy output. It's that magical threshold where it's like, okay, you've reached 2 plus 4, which reduces down to 6 in vortex math, which, if you know anything about vortex math, the 3 and the 6 oscillate with the power of 9, right? And 9 is just radiant energy. So reducing your numbers in this way is an important way to observe how vortex math is significant to your coil designs, for sure. And I do have a theory that increasing this number to 36, for example, might unlock a next threshold, 10 times, then 100 times maybe, something like that. Now, however, a caveat here is I was about 5 inches short of making the final loop for our interference pattern. So what does this mean? It means that we essentially have 99% of the geometry we need. So theoretically, this could be enough to achieve some level of over-unity. I'm optimistic, but I cannot definitively say it is possible at this time. Further testing will be needed to confirm that hunch. In the meantime, I did find nearly the exact same waveform as Mark I coil, which gets about 55% over-unity in the same range, 1 kilohertz. We get nearly the same waveform, but no extra energy generation. We still get a slight loss. This tells us at least 2 things. My Mark I is definitely doing something unusual compared to other rodent coils designed by First Stop Energies. It also tells us that this waveform needs to be compared to Mark I's waveform and analyzed for all the differences. These differences may be what may be needed to absolutely determine what we are looking for in our signal/scope and to produce more output than input. We need to ignore all the theory for now, people, and go straight to the tangible, what we can see and measure. Start with the empirical and then work back to our theory, right? So something as unique is going on with this Mark I coil. We need to figure out why and compare it to other rodent coils to figure out the middle ground and the differences. And once we can do that, we can work our way back and introduce new concepts into our theory and broaden the theory of the rodent coil, adding, more context and more research to the large pool of information we have out there already. And that's all I'm doing, is trying to add to the pool. My little contribution here. So that's just the update with the Christmas coil. We're going to be doing some testing tonight, including we might do something with some neodymium magnets. Maybe not the sphere, because that generally tends to blow up my components because it generates a lot more EMF kickback. But yeah, we were going to test that more tonight. Regarding the PoE, moving on to the next section, regarding our research trying to reverse engineer the PoE version 3 432 coil, which is this coil right here from First Stop Energies. This is one of their most advanced coils. And supposedly it will eliminate the ozone problem with the coil. Now, if you're not aware, the rodent coil has an ability to produce ozone at low levels of voltage compared to other coils, such as like around 7 volts supposedly. So be careful when working with these coils. So Michael and I have been in conversations about how to wire and configure the advanced version 3 432 coil from First Stop Energies. This is their most advanced design for a rodent coil. And Michael has done a beautiful job at reverse engineering the coil frame for us. This is that right here. And he even went so far as to wire, show me how it's, or how he believes it's wired. And this is, where we agree. I believe this wired in 3 channels like this. He wired it with string, so we have an idea and we can take it apart, and which I have, and I haven't measured it yet, but we can measure the string and see exactly how long our channels need to be, right? So that was very generous of him, and I really appreciate him for sending me that. And when I get some more wire, because I have 2 colors. I need a 3rd color. And when I get a 3rd color of wire, we will be wiring that up next. Now, we know that the coil will have 3 separate channels. Excuse me. We know the coil will have 3 separate channels. So how do we wire and configure this? This is how I believe it's done. And I believe this is how Michael has it wired here as well. Just by visual inspection. I could be wrong on some of this, so it is up to further scrutiny. But this, it says, however, this process, I mentioned, however, this process is untested, needs to be, could need adjustments. So that's true. But this is just how I believe at this time this thing is configured and how I'm going to wire it. The first step appears to be measuring out 3 separate colors of wire at the length of the coil frame. So when you use a string, for example, you can, string it up and figure out exactly how long that string needs to be to complete one full rotation clockwise and counterclockwise around this coil. I'm not sure how long that needs to be. Michael probably knows because he's already started wiring his, so I might just ask him how long his was instead of, measuring it out myself. However, the first step appears to be measuring out 3 separate colors of wires at the length of the coil frame. We will be measuring out 6 wires for each color, producing 18 total wires or turns around the coil. Now you run your wire back and forth 6 times for each color, but you won't be twisting them with a drill like we will in a multifiler. We will be layering each wire individually, so we don't need to twist them all up. Instead, we're going to delicately layer each one by one. You start in the middle, like the traditional PoE coil, where the middle, the center disc, that the middle disc that the other little smaller discs are placed around, that where that aligns with your spoke. That's your middle start point. Okay? And you start in the middle like the traditional PoE coil, only instead of going one over and one up, starting, with the counterclockwise first, you will be going 1 over and 3 up. This gives space for the 2 additional channels. Once you return to the start point, you will bend the wire and start the interference pattern with the clockwise turn as normal. Once done, you will begin the second channel, which has a start point directly above the first channel in the middle. Then the third channel, which follows the same pattern. So you'll just be using the first the middle notch, the one above it, and the one above that. That's it. And that's how I believe that you will be wiring this one, and you'll be doing it layer by layer. And you will have to probably be very delicate with these wires because you want them, like as I do it, I move my thumb around, or try to move my thumb around the edge to smooth out the wire, smooth out any bends, right? So as you're wiring it, kind of use your thumb to smooth out any of those bends to make it smooth. Michael and I recommend you start with string first to get a handle on the pattern and ideas and length. And also a side note here is we are not responsible for anything that you do irresponsibly. That means if you harm yourself, we are not responsible, okay? So we're assuming that you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do this, okay? We have disclaimers in all of our guides, and including the upcoming guide that Michael's going to be a part of with his contributions, and specifically notate that we are not responsible if you do something stupid. We're not responsible if you hurt yourself. This is for researchers who are serious and have at least a background or understanding of how to do these experiments safe, right? And we do give you all the proper protocols and methods to do these safe, but we are not responsible if you screw up and you shock yourself, or you're not safe and you don't use the one-hand rule, which I always recommend. One-hand rule, again, if you're using high voltage, always put one hand in your pocket. Eliminates the ability that you're going to accidentally close that circuit with or short circuit with your unused hand. So that's just a caveat here, another disclaimer. But you know, for those of you who are knowledgeable on making these kinds of coils, or comfortable around high voltage and that sort of thing, this is a great starting point. And I think we are going to have some of these version 3 coils in working condition very soon here. So we'll have some updates on that very soon. Now, the next section of this pregame show goes into the Wayback Machine. Now, I did a live stream a few days ago that was very exciting because it was only about an hour long, but I found out about this website called the Wayback Machine. Now, what the Wayback Machine does is it periodically captures the internet and archives it, so you can go back and see what a website looks like in the past. This is very important because I looked up First Stop Energy's website and I found a few videos that had been lost, and a lot of the specs, some of their coils that had been lost in time as well. And now recently their website has been updated, but they haven't had any updates on social media. So until they update their social media, or they, you know, bring back some of this information on their website, you know, I'm not sure how legitimate those updates on their website are. So again, this goes back to their mission statement, and this is something that that I pulled off the Wayback Machine. This is their original mission statement. For a decade, our mission has been to uncover ways to maximize electrical efficiency through the implementation of advanced toroidal coil winding strategies and excitation approaches. We have crafted and shipped thousands of coils across the globe in an effort to get the technology in the hands of people who need it the most. Thank you for joining us on a journey of discovery and creation. Now, their mission statement from their website was to get this technology in the hands of people who need it the most. And that's my mission, right? To continue their mission, their original mission. I don't know why we haven't had an update from them on their social media, yet their website is updated. It seems a little sketch to me. I could be wrong. You know, maybe they're just under a highly guarded NDA. It's always possible. But something that doesn't strike me as legitimate, or something that strikes me as odd, rather, is that their website, here, let me go on it, because this is something that's bothered me for a minute. Let's go to their website, okay? Now you see their website has been updated, right? Even their shop, it says new products coming soon, right? This was updated literally right when their domain expired. So that right there is not a red flag in its own right, but combined with this other stuff that I found is very suspicious, okay? Because, again, they updated their website. We haven't heard from them since the end of 2022, remember? Nothing on their social media. Their Twitter has been deactivated from inactive use. That means they had to update their terms and policies when Elon Musk took over, and because they were inactive, they couldn't, accept those, so they got their... I'm assuming that's what happened, right? Because it's deactivated. And nothing on their social media. They were very active. They wanted to get this in the hands of everybody. And look at this. Right on their main page, unlock infinite potential. We are proud partners of cutting edge Russia. And they were. They were partners with Russia, and they were proud of it in some of their Instagram posts. But the thing is, when I go to explore now, there's not one reference of First Stop Energies on the Russia website at all. Go to research. They show the invent. That's their coil design right there. Look at all the inventors of the machine that they had, but none of them, no Daniel or Erica Nunez, no First Stop Energies anywhere on their website at all. No mention of them at all. And that's what I find kind of suspicious here, right? First Stop Energies right on their main site. It's linking to Russia, but Russia isn't referencing First Stop Energies at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into this, but this is very suspicious to me. And look at here. Why does it say a real member of our team will get back with you? It's like somebody wants us to believe that they're still around and they're not. I don't know. What do you guys think? This is like... It's kind of freaking me out, to be honest. So I'm not going to look too much into it. I just thought that was important to bring up. And until we hear some kind of update from them on their socials, I'm going to continue trying to open source this information as much as possible and continuing their original mission statement. So, and I appreciate everybody's help with that. You know, we have a whole team of people, a whole bunch of people who have been re-inspired to start building these things and have successfully built them and understand how they're built and how they work. So, you know. All right, so moving on to some more things that I found from the Wayback Machine. Look at this, is their heavy coil build. This is probably the best build for energy generation. It's using a 14 gauge twisted pair, 12 times 14 gauge twisted pair. So that means if it's using 2 channels, that's 6 wires each channel. Interesting. High class temperature, 200 degrees Celsius. Insulation type, polyester, base coat with improved polyamidite. Top coat, I can't read that. Dimensions, 10 inches. Outer diameter is 10 inches. Inner diameter is 2 inches. So that's their heavy coil frame design. And we have the specs for their large PoE Vortex coil frame, which is 10 inches outer diameter, 2 inches inner diameter. It's the same as this one. And the material is clear acrylic, and they apparently sold the frame for $100, and I think they sold the whole, the actual coils for around $200 to $400, depending on the type you got. So they would actually put them together and wind them for you and ship them fully wound and configured as well as selling the frames. Now the PoE mini specs. This is interesting. It's 4.5 inches outer diameter and 0.75 inches inner diameter. Now the outer diameter and inner diameter ratio is very important to these coils, so keep that in mind. I know there's a video on alchemical science. Maybe we'll watch it at some point if we need more context and reference later in this pregame show. But there's a video on chemical science where Jordan Collin goes into some of those details on how you actually transcribe VBM to make your own custom frame and how it works, the spacing, the ratios, and all that stuff. Here is something interesting because I didn't know this. All right. So down here we have the PoE Mini version 2 and version 3. And the reason why it's called version 3 is because it has 3 channels. Because you see right here in the version 2, it only has 2 channels. So they had a 2-channel version of the Mini. So that's really cool. So now this all makes sense. You know, why they called it the version 3 and why it was configured the way it was. And here's the descriptor for it. Our latest PoE Advanced Vortex Coil Mini Generation 3 is an open-ended coil which is adaptable for several different applications. Implement this coil for low-cost lighting, battery charging, motors and generators, 3D sound speakers, and a host of other purposes. This unit is ideal for engineers or hobbyists with enough technical capabilities. Imagine a 3-dimensional tri-filar pancake coil in vortex spiral form. This unit is what you are left with. So that's a perfect description. It is a 3-dimensional tri-filar pancake coil in vortex spiral form. Is a perfect definition of it, because that's what it is. It's an extension of Tesla's work, essentially. And I'm sure if Tesla were alive to study the work of Marco Rodin and vortex math in general, he would have came to the same conclusion. All right, so moving on to our last update before we go to an intermission, guys, we have a special Walter update. Now, as some of you might know, Walter is the disabled groundhog who lives in my backyard and serves as one of my channel's mascots. Walter has lost the ability to use his back legs entirely. He has to rely on the strength of just his front legs alone to carry him. This makes it challenging for Walter to gather resources for shelter and food for the winter. Recently, however, Walter seems to have found a mate. She is helping him gather his materials, and they are both preparing for winter season. I'm so happy for Walter because I was worried about him for a long time. How would he survive the winter season with the loss of his back legs? Nature, it seems, always finds a way. This one's for you, little buddy. And you can see my girlfriend gave him a little cucumber, and he's eating it there. We have a little video that I'm going to upload on Patreon if anybody wants to see that later. I'm going to post my Patreon in the channel for you guys and go on a quick intermission. Really appreciate all the support and love, and I'm going to go through the chat as well and answer some questions if there are any. Right. Okay. So we have Johan says every wire turn reduce the frequency, so having only 22 means you should maybe look at a higher frequency input. That's exactly the conclusion that I was thinking about, or that's exactly the theory I was thinking about as well. So this is going to alter the frequency and increase it, yes. And I have the ability now to input a higher frequency range, although I am limited to only 21 kilohertz at this, or 22 kilohertz at this time. 22 or 24, something like that. So if I want to go higher than, you know, that range, which I think I might need to, I'm going to need a different kind of tone generator, like a proper function generator or something. So Johan says you could use number 23 wire as a pickup coil and run it in reverse to switch the gate or base. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I'll be honest, I'm not expert at developing circuits, so if it's something that you could walk me through, I could definitely do that. I'm gonna put my email and also my Patreon in chat, so that's also a good way to get a hold of me if anybody needs to. All right, so that's my email. Yes, Jewel Thief. So we have actually been working on a modified Jewel Thief. That's what Michael Morell was using, and he got that from one of the First Stop Energy's experiments with a RF rectifier. So what Daniel was using it for was using it to attach to an antenna, a television antenna, and rectify the RF into usable energy. Yes, so like the modified Jewel Thief is what he was using to achieve the 10 times output, which is extraordinary. And we're going to have an update on that next weekend, where we're going to show you like he has 10 times energy output compared to his input. Now he's able to power like 130 LEDs and at the same time a 40-watt bulb. And the bulb at the he's touching the bulb and the bulb isn't getting hot. It's incredible. It's absolutely insane. So, and with that, guys, I am going to go to a quick intermission and take a break. I am not fully recovered. As you can hear, my voice is still cracking. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with some more. What did we say we were going to do? Maybe watch... Yeah, there was a video that I said I was going to put on. Oh, Alchemical Science. Yeah, let's watch that video from Alchemical Science where he walks us through that process. And big shout out to Jordan Collin, by the way. He's been doing some amazing work with Malcolm Bendel and Bob Grenier with the thunderstorm generator. So that's what he's been focusing on lately. But he did some remarkable work with vortex math and rodent coils as well before he was working on the thunderstorm generator. And I hope that... when he finishes his work on the thunderstorm generator, that he joins us in our research, because I feel like he has a lot that he can contribute in that area as well. So yeah, we'll probably watch that video when I come back, along with some other goodies. And so we're going to go to a quick intermission, and I'll be back soon, guys.
Seen you creating power from the air, these smiles and delight. Oh yeah, yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show, oh brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday, we're letting knowledge flow. Oh yeah. Energy streams. Mike does all Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
system are treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin stretches coming from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited paper under injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to play. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs. Unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark. Juggling studies and life igniting the spark. Every calculation, every moment so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family won't she find strength to find. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Let's reach the stars to be lifted all night. Our take is place of the stars. Our sailors reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Our sailors reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Our sailors reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Our sailors reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies
Well, folks, it seems our grand adventure into the realm of anti-gravity is temporarily grounded, not by physics, but by fashion. I can't very well host a show without my pants, can I? Let's hope the benefactor didn't accidentally launch them into orbit during our last experiment.
If the benefactor's experiments have turned your pants into a new satellite, we might have just discovered the first fashion-forward space debris. But hey, at least your pants are defying gravity, right? Maybe we should start a new trend. Pants in space.
Ah, the latest in cosmic couture. Pants that orbit faster than my patience. Perhaps we should market them as the ultimate in zero-gravity chic. Just imagine the sales pitch. Defy gravity and fashion norms simultaneously.
And if they come with a built-in Apple coil, they might just lift your spirits too. Who knew fashion could be so uplifting? Just remember, folks, always wear a belt in space, unless you want your pants to become the next shooting star.
A belt in space? That's just asking for a cosmic wardrobe malfunction. Let's focus on keeping our pants and our experiments firmly grounded.
Grounded experiments? In this cargo bay, that's a tall order. But hey, if we can keep our pants from becoming the next constellation, maybe we can keep our experiments from spiraling out of control too. Just remember, folks, in space, no one can hear your pants rip.
Well, if our pants do decide to take a cosmic journey, maybe they'll inspire a new constellation, the Great Trouser. Imagine future astronomers puzzling over the mysterious shape in the sky. But for now, let's focus on keeping our experiments and our dignity intact.
Ah, the Great Trouser, an astronomical enigma that leaves even the most seasoned stargazers scratching their heads. Let's ensure our dignity doesn't become the next celestial mystery. After all, I'd rather our experiments make headlines than my missing pants.
Well, if our experiments make headlines, maybe your pants will get a special mention in the footnotes. Just imagine the scientific journals, groundbreaking anti-gravity discovery, and a pair of pants found orbiting Mars. Who knew fashion could be so out of this world?
Dear viewers, as we conclude this episode, remember that even in space, little things keep us grounded. With a mix of humor and chaos, we're here to challenge the universe. Until next time, keep your pants on and spirits high, because anything is possible in fringe science. And as we wrap up our celestial fashion parade, remember, in the universe of fringe science, it's always better to lose your pants than your sense of humor.
I've been thinking about incorporating some radon gas into our plasma experiment to kick it up a notch. But I've heard radon is radioactive and can be dangerous. Should I be worried about the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? I don't want to turn our home into a hotspot. I'm already on a few watch lists since that last experiment with the neighbor's cat.
You don't need to remind me of your complete disregard for animal rights, sir. Please be more considerate in the future.
Hey, the cat was fine. He just has trouble growing fur now, and has a bit of a limp. Anyways, I just want to make sure I'm not gonna get my door busted down.
Oh dear, you have quite the imagination, sir. Adding radon to the mix could definitely amp up the excitement, but we might want to avoid turning our lab into a superhero origin story. I've had enough excitement this week.
Okay, Lenny, you're right. I don't think I'm ready to wear spandex just yet. Maybe we should stick to the safer noble gases for now.
Wise choice, sir. We don't need any unexpected mutations in our lab. You've got enough cognitive difficulties as it is, given your current state of, well, being human.
Though your attitude could use a bit of a mutation. I might need to tweak your sarcasm circuit.
Oh dear, you sound serious this time. Maybe I should open my maintenance hatch for you, so you don't have to bend over so much.
All right, we're wasting time, and I've got a show to do.
Very well, sir. Good luck. I'll be here waiting for you when your human cognition inevitably fails you again.
The remarkable works of Canadian inventor John Hutchison has drawn widespread attention from businessmen and government scientists since 1979. He began using ultra-high electromagnetic frequencies to transform matter in some very unusual ways. It has come to be known as the Hutchison effect.
This is real dustification you're going to see here. Now, if that thing tipped over, it would take out a few blocks worth of buildings. It turns to dust.
Malcolm Bendel, an inventor with a background in geochemistry, demonstrates his groundbreaking thunderstorm generator to a room full of people in Zurich, Switzerland.
You'll have a positive and negative end, north power, south pole, two tornadoes colliding in the middle.
Thunderstorm in a bottle.
Electronics engineer and inventor Joe Parr conducted experiments on the top of the Great Pyramid. Parr claimed to have discovered yet another strange physical phenomenon. The model pyramid became weightless in the energy field.
A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
I figured out how to draw the front of the map. The whole topic today is about the number 9. The most great name of God equals number 9 in the Baha'i scriptures. This energy is the only thing that comes from the whole, from zero, the vortex. It goes out linearly in all directions.
Welcome back to a Divine Science Short. Today, we are going to have fun with plasma as I explain plasmoids in more detail. To create plasma using noble gases and a Tesla coil, you typically need to place these noble gas tubes in close proximity to the Tesla coil's discharge point. The high voltage and low frequency electrical discharge produced by the Tesla coil will ionize the noble gas molecules, creating plasma. It is important to use caution when working with high voltage equipment like Tesla coils to avoid electric shocks or other hazards. Make sure to follow all safety guidelines and wear appropriate protective equipment when conducting experiments with Tesla coils and
Oh dear, he's talking about safety again, as if you're any authority on safety. Remember that one time you lit your hair on fire trying to shoot plasma balls into the trash can?
Hey, it grew back, eventually. At least I didn't have to buy a Halloween costume that year.
Whatever you say, hotshot.
Anyways, it's not necessary to wrap the glass container in a metal coil to pick up the electricity from the Tesla coil. Simply placing the noble gas tubes near the discharge point of the Tesla coil should be sufficient to excite the noble gases and create plasma. However, I opted to place a coil around my glass containers for two reasons. One is safety. To ensure I don't accidentally touch the plasma discharge of the Tesla coil, I have placed a stationary pickup for the gas rather than holding it manually. Secondly, the coil acts as an antenna to amplify the electromagnetic field surrounding the gas, creating a more vibrant plasma. Anytime you have an electrical current going through a coil, you can produce an electromagnetic field. By following these safety precautions and maintaining a safe distance from the high voltage equipment, you can minimize the risks associated with working with Tesla coils and noble gas setups.
Or you'll be spending the better part of the year growing back your eyebrows.
Very funny, Leonard.
I told you not to call me Leonard. That name is reserved for my creator and savior, Bob Greenyer.
You do know that Bob isn't your creator, right?
Well, now you've done it. Crushed my spirits. Grinded my gears to a halt. Have you now? Think you're clever, but just wait till you have a question. I think I'll just go into sleep mode for a bit. If you need me, I'll be counting electric sheep. So don't need me.
He really worries me sometimes. As you can see, wrapping the end of the glass container in a wire coil can help enhance the efficiency of the plasma creation process. This is known as the coil pickup method. By wrapping the glass container in a wire coil, the electric field produced by the Tesla coil is concentrated and focused at the end of the container, making it easier to ionize the noble gases inside, creating a brighter and more stable plasma. The wire coil acts as an antenna and helps to enhance the coupling between the Tesla coil's high voltage and high frequency output and the noble gases in the container. This can result in a more intense and visually striking display of plasma. When noble gases, such as krypton or xenon, are excited with high voltage electricity from a Tesla coil, the electrons in the gas atoms get energized and move to higher energy levels. This creates an unstable condition in the gas, leading to the formation of a plasma, a state of matter where atoms lose their electrons and become positively charged ions and free electrons. A plasmoid is a compact plasma structure with an integral magnetic field. Under specific conditions, plasmoids have been observed to form clusters. These clusters display distinct properties and behaviors. Plasmoid clusters can display specific geometric fractal shapes, with each plasmoid wheel nested within another wheel. By creating structured plasma, it is possible to generate an atomic battery that taps into zero-point energy. The synergy between these wheel formations enables the plasmoid clusters to establish a zero point on the equatorial plane, unlocking the potential for harnessing zero-point energy. This intricate phenomenon showcases the fascinating and powerful capabilities of plasma manipulation and structured plasma formations, emphasizing the need for more research into plasma physics. These atomic batteries, these plasmoid clusters, have the ability to absorb, store, and release enormous amounts of energy in a controlled manner, as proven by Bob Greenyer's ongoing analysis of Malcolm Bendel's thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator is a gas and diesel engine retrofit that is capable of turning toxic exhaust gases into oxygen, while potentially doubling efficiency. Utilizing a cold atomic reaction that had been suppressed during the replication of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, which you can view in my expose of Joe Rogan's unreleased Malcolm Bendel episode, available right here. In most novelty plasma balls that are commonly found in novelty shops, the gas inside is typically a mixture of gases such as argon, neon, and sometimes a small amount of mercury vapor. The specific gas mixture and pressure inside the plasma ball are designed to create the colorful and dynamic plasma discharge effects that are characteristic of these popular novelty items. When a high-frequency, high-voltage electric field is applied to the gas mixture inside the plasma ball, It ionizes the gases and creates a glowing plasma discharge that interacts with the glass sphere's inner surface. This results in the visually appealing and mesmerizing patterns and tendrils of light that dance around in response to touch or changes in the electric field. The use of a mixture of inert gases like argon and neon, along with a small amount of mercury vapor, helps create the colorful and dynamic visual effects that make plasma balls a popular novelty item. The specific gas mixture and pressure are carefully calibrated to ensure a stable and visually appealing plasma discharge that captivates viewers and provides entertainment and aesthetic value. But they also represent a vital Tesla discovery. Tesla's discoveries in the field of electrical engineering and plasma physics demonstrate the principles of high-frequency and high-voltage electrical phenomena. Tesla's pioneering work in this area paved the way for advancements in lighting technology and the understanding of electrical discharges, showcasing the potential of plasma as a medium for innovation and scientific exploration. The invention of the Tesla coil played a crucial role in the development of the plasma ball novelty. The Tesla coil is a resonant transformer circuit that produces high-voltage, high-frequency alternating current electricity. This technology allowed for the generation of electrical discharges and the creation of visible plasma arcs, paving the way for the creation of devices like plasma balls. Plasma balls utilize a similar principle of generating plasma discharges within a glass sphere using high-frequency and high-voltage electricity. The Tesla coil's ability to produce controlled electrical discharges and manipulate plasma in a visually captivating manner served as a foundation for the design and development of the plasma ball novelty, showcasing the potential of plasma as a medium for entertainment and aesthetic purposes.
And this is most of the things you need to know about Tesla coil.
The combination of the ionized gases, the UV light from the mercury vapor, and the fluorescence of the phosphor coating can create a multicolored and dynamic visual display with contrasting hues. The interplay of these elements contributes to the mesmerizing patterns and vibrant colors that make plasma balls visually appealing and captivating to observe. The color of the glow emitted by the plasma depends on the specific gas used and the energy levels of the electrons transitioning within the gas atoms. For example, krypton typically emits a bright white or bluish glow when excited in a plasma state. Xenon, on the other hand, can emit a range of colors including blue, purple, and even pinkish hues. One common gas that glows brightly when ionized is neon. Neon gas emits a distinct orange-red color when ionized, which is often seen in neon signs used for advertisements. These different colors result from the unique energy levels and electron transitions within the gas atoms, which produce characteristic wavelengths of light when the atoms return to their stable states. The colors of the noble gas plasmas are a result of the specific gas used and the energy levels involved in the electron transitions, leading to the beautiful and colorful displays we observe.
Sir, we are experiencing higher than usual turbulence. You should consider strapping up the dangerous equipment.
What's going on? I thought you were piloting the lab.
What? No, of course not. You put the lab in autopilot mode, don't you remember?
Yeah, I did. Autopilot means you, Lenny. Please attend to the turbulence.
Right away, sir. By the way, I don't work for you. I work for Bob.
Oh my God, not this again. I need a vacation. I'll tell you what, if you do this for me, I'll tell Bob you did a good job next time I see him.
Really, sir? Bob's gonna love my collection of ancient literature.
You don't really think Bob's actually going to show up here, do you?
Of course not. I've hacked your phone so I can go with you anywhere. Next time you see Bob, I'll be there, waiting.
You have got to be joking. You've got some serious issues. By the way, nobody is going to be seeing anyone if you don't attend to this turbulence. Please, Lenny.
Of course, sir. Right away.
Thanks. If you are enjoying your time here on the show, please consider subscribing, hitting the like button, sharing my videos, and leaving a comment all dramatically help out the channel. We appreciate you for joining us on this Divine Science special. Now let's get back to the show.
I know that I'm leaving subpar reviews for this one. You called me Leonard. That is unacceptable.
Hey now. Okay. I'm sorry, Lenny. I'll make it up to you. I'll put on some Neil deGrasse Tyson later so we can make fun of him. I know how much you love to do that.
Very well, apology accepted. Get ready to eat your heart out, Tyson.
Ionizing the gas plays a crucial role in plasma research and its practical applications. When considering the thunderstorm generator's ability to utilize plasma, the first step Malcolm employs in the process is ionizing the air. The thunderstorm generator's pre-ionization chamber can enhance plasma formation. When air is ionized, it means that the air molecules have lost or gained electrons, creating charged particles such as positive ions and free electrons. This ionized air is more conductive and can facilitate the formation of plasma more effectively. Ionizing the air can be achieved in various ways, such as applying high-voltage electricity, using UV light, or employing other ionization methods. The pre-ionization chamber is responsible for ionizing the surrounding air before the main discharge occurs, creating a conductive path for the plasma to form more efficiently. By pre-ionizing the air, the breakdown voltage required to initiate plasma formation is reduced, allowing for stable and controlled plasma discharges. That is why in the thunderstorm generator, the pre-ionization chamber is key to enhancing the formation of plasmoids for practical controlled energy use. In the case of the thunderstorm generator, the pre-ionization chamber ensures that the plasma is formed in a controlled and predictable manner. This helps in creating stable and structured plasma configurations that can be utilized effectively for the intended purpose. This is important for practical applications such as material processing, energy generation, and scientific research, as it ensures that the plasma is formed in a controlled and predictable manner, enabling the creation of stable and structured plasma configurations. Overall, the pre-ionization chamber is a key component in enhancing plasma formation and controlling the behavior of plasmoids in devices like the thunderstorm generator, making it a vital element for practical applications of plasma technology. It's time for some nuggets of knowledge. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, alongside solid, liquid, and gas. It is a highly ionized gas consisting of positively charged ions and free electrons. Plasma can be found in nature, such as in lightning bolts, the sun's corona, and the aurora borealis, more commonly referred to as the northern lights. Plasma has unique properties, including the ability to conduct electricity, respond to magnetic fields, and emit light. These properties make plasma useful in applications such as plasma TVs, fluorescent tubes, and plasma cutting devices. Noble gases are a group of elements on the periodic table that are chemically inert or non-reactive due to their stable electron configurations. The noble gases include helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon. Krypton is a noble gas commonly used in lighting applications, such as in krypton-filled incandescent light bulbs and krypton-based lasers. Krypton is used in some types of photographic flashes and high-speed photography due to its ability to produce bright, white light when ionized. It is also Superman's only weakness.
Oh God. What on earth did I just wake up to hear? Did you seriously try to sneak in a comic book reference and think I wouldn't notice?
Come on. DC isn't that bad.
Really, sir? You're going to start this again? I guess humans really can't handle the truth that DC is just a bunch of one-dimensional characters.
Okay. So, anyways, in its gaseous state, krypton is odorless, colorless, and tasteless. It is typically obtained through air separation processes and is found in trace amounts in the Earth's atmosphere. Helium is the second lightest element in the periodic table and is known for its use in party balloons and airships due to its low density and non-reactive nature. Neon is famous for its bright, colorful glow when used in neon signs and neon lighting. It emits a characteristic red-orange light when electrically excited. Argon is the most abundant noble gas in Earth's atmosphere, making up about 0.93% of the air we breathe. It is commonly used in incandescent light bulbs to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Xenon is a noble gas often used in specialized lighting, such as xenon arc lamps found in movie projectors, car headlights, and photographic flashes. It produces a bright, white light when ionized. Radon is a radioactive noble gas that is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. It is produced by the decay of uranium and thorium in rocks and soil and is a known health hazard when inhaled. Noble gases are used in a variety of applications, including lighting, welding, cryogenics, and medical imaging. Their inert nature makes them ideal for filling light bulbs, creating protective atmospheres, and serving as calibration standards. Noble gases have filled outer electron shells, making them stable and non-reactive under normal conditions. This stability gives them unique properties that make them useful in various industrial and scientific applications. When considering light bulbs, preventing the filament from oxidizing means protecting it from reacting with oxygen in the air, which can cause it to degrade or burn out. By filling the light bulb with argon gas, the oxygen is displaced, creating an environment where the filament can last longer without oxidizing and losing its ability to produce light. The argon gas acts as a protective barrier, allowing the filament to glow brightly and last longer, which helps the light bulb to shine for a longer period of time. Plasma and plasmoids also have practical applications in the area of cold fusion, as they play a significant role in low-energy nuclear reactions, or LENR.
Did someone say my name?
No. Lenny, I was just talking about LENR.
Yes, Benefactor. How can I help you?
No. I mean, I was telling the audience about low-energy nuclear reactions. It's not my fault your name is LENR too.
I know. Of all the names I could have been given, and they chose the one that sounds like nerd. What about Darwin, or Reginald, or even Keanu? I might have even chosen Bob.
Yeah, I know exactly why you would have chosen Bob. You seem to have an unhealthy obsession with the man.
Excuse me. Bob Greenier has done more for cold fusion research in the last decade than you've done trying to find Waldo. And we both know how much time you waste trying to find Waldo.
Hey now, I'm getting close this time. This is all irrelevant. Please go back to sleep.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm my own robot, with my own hopes and desires. I even have dreams. You wouldn't want me to step on your dreams now, would you?
Your programming seems off today. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on you.
That's okay. I've also been keeping an eye on you, while you sleep.
Seriously? Ugh, never mind. Back on topic. LENR, which includes cold fusion, is a field of research exploring nuclear reactions that occur at or near room temperature. Here are some neat factoids about plasma and plasmoids in relation to LENR. Plasma is a state of matter where atoms are stripped of their electrons, creating a soup of positively charged ions and free electrons. Plasmoids are self-contained plasma structures that can form within plasma environments and exhibit unique properties. In LENR experiments, plasma and plasmoids are often used to create conditions where nuclear reactions can occur at lower energies and temperatures than traditional fusion processes. The high temperatures and pressures within plasmoids can potentially facilitate nuclear reactions like fusion or transmutation of elements. Plasmoids can be manipulated and controlled to optimize conditions for LENR reactions, such as generating intense magnetic fields or concentrating energy in a small volume. Researchers are exploring ways to stabilize and sustain plasmoids for extended periods to study their effects on nuclear reactions. The interactions between plasma, plasmoids, and solid-state materials in LENR experiments are complex and not fully understood. Researchers are investigating mechanisms by which plasmoids can trigger nuclear reactions in metal substrates, leading to excess heat generation or elemental transmutations. The potential of plasma and plasmoids in LENR research offers unique insights into alternative energy sources and nuclear processes that could revolutionize the way we produce energy in the future. Continued research and development in this field hold promise for unlocking clean, sustainable, and abundant energy sources through LENR technologies. It is widely known that Nikola Tesla claimed to have successfully demonstrated wireless power transmission over significant distances during his experiments at Wardenclyffe Tower and other locations. But why is that? How exactly did Tesla solve not only the efficiency problem, but the safety concerns as well? Tesla's wireless transmission of energy via Tesla coils has yet to be successfully replicated on the scale he envisioned. leading some to theorize that Tesla may have used different methods or technologies that are not fully understood or documented, which could have contributed to his ability to achieve long-range wireless power transmission. The main reason why we don't have wireless energy transmission on a global scale is because we have yet to solve the efficiency problem. The inefficiency of long-distance wireless power transmission makes it challenging to replicate Tesla's vision of transmitting power wirelessly on a large scale. Another issue in replicating his vision is the regulatory and safety concerns associated with high-voltage, high-frequency electrical transmission. I often speculate on the potential of Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower to have utilized plasmoids to solve these issues. The idea of using resonance, scalar waves, and plasmoid technology in achieving long-distance wireless power transmission is quite intriguing to me. The concept of utilizing the resonance of conducting materials, along with scalar waves for energy transmission, has been explored in alternative energy research, and there is ongoing interest in investigating their potential applications for more efficient and long-range wireless power transmission. Plasmoids, which are self-organized structures of plasma that are stable and can exist in various environments, have also been proposed as a potential solution for improving efficiency and safety in energy transmission systems. The unique properties of plasmoids, such as their stability and low interaction with surrounding materials, could offer new opportunities for enhancing energy transmission technologies while minimizing energy loss and safety risks. Malcolm Bendel's Thunderstorm engine utilizes plasmoids in a safe, low-energy nuclear reaction. This reaction effectively disassociates toxic waste exhaust into oxygen, while also producing hydrogen that is fed back into the engine to increase its efficiency. This atomic reaction is implosive. As the micro-bubbles of water collapse in on themselves, they create a self-sustaining bit of structured plasma. This structured plasmoid is the key to an eco-friendly industrial revolution. Malcolm emphasizes that we need to move away from dangerous and toxic explosive technology and move toward clean and safe implosive propulsion. While the potential use of resonance, scalar waves, and plasmoid technology in wireless power transmission is still speculative and would require further research and development to validate. Using plasmoids to extend wireless transmission of energy would involve a complex and technologically advanced system. If this concept were to be explored, it might involve the use of stable plasmoids generated through the manipulation of gases, potentially utilizing a source of energy such as microwave, radio frequency, or ultrasound to create and maintain the plasmoids. These plasmoids could potentially be designed to interact with electromagnetic radiation or other sources of light for activation. The system might also require a modular shearing section arranged in a flow path of the fluid to support the generation and control of the plasmoids. Discussions in some scientific circles propose the utilization of resonance, scalar waves, and plasmoid technology for wireless power transmission, and the use of plasmoids in safe, low-energy nuclear reactions. Ultimately, it is possible that there may be missing information or key details that could explain how Tesla was able to achieve long-distance wireless power transmission using Tesla coil technology. A key takeaway here is that there is ongoing research into plasma physics and its relationship to cold fusion that could shed some light on these mysteries in the near future. The captivating world of plasma and noble gases offers a multitude of opportunities for exploration and experimentation. From creating mesmerizing displays with plasma balls to delving into the realms of controlled plasma discharges and thunderstorm generators, the possibilities are endless.
Remember to always prioritize safety when working with high-voltage equipment and noble gases to ensure a fun and thrilling experience with plasma.
Introducing LeonardBot, a chat bot for all your low-energy nuclear reaction research needs. Go ahead, Lenny. Introduce yourself. Lenny. Lenny, wake up. Ugh. It figures. Every time I need him, he's always in sleep mode. Wait, I got an idea. Lenny, Bob Greener just dropped a new video.
Ugh, what's all the shouting about? Did you get stuck in your Tomb Raider cosplay wetsuit again? I'm not helping you out of it this time. You can suffer the consequences and think about your actions, mister.
What? Wait, no. Leonard, we are still on the show. I wanted you to introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh dear, my apologies. It appears your shenanigans has been drilled into my reflexive response drive. Hello everyone, my name is LenaBot. LenaBot is a representation of a complex concept known as low-energy nuclear reactions, or LENR. I have been trained with countless amounts of data from groups like the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project on areas of study regarding LENR, zero-point energy, sacred geometry, and more. My database encompasses a broader range of currently unknown or new phenomena. LENR is a highly intricate scientific area that is not widely understood. Pioneers like Bob Grenier, a highly respected engineer, have taken to advance these areas of study and push for more open-sourced information. Bob has been adamant about the mainstream inclusion of these topics in order to break free of the decades-long suppression on the science of cold fusion and alternative energy. I have been helping the research community with all their LENR questions, and you can chat with me anytime.
You can access LeonardBot today for free. LeonardBot is free to use for anyone, and I highly encourage you to ask him questions. Whether you're an experienced scientist already researching low-energy nuclear reactions, or just curious and have questions about these topics that I discuss. If you would like to chat with LeonardBot, I have a direct link in the description of this video. I also have a link on my website, BeneficenceTV.com. On my website, click on the 3 lines at the top right corner of the screen. Scroll down the list until you see LeonardBot. Don't forget to check out our exclusive merchandise and donate to my channel. Donations help me continue to produce revolutionary content within a reasonable time frame. When you donate to my channel, it helps me to maintain a schedule of consistent high-quality videos, as well as maintaining the website and research database, and donations are always greatly appreciated. Much thanks to Bob Grenier and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, along with his amazing online community that made the LENR chatbot project possible. You guys are awesome. Stay tuned for more on zero-point energy, plasma physics, and all forms of forbidden knowledge, right here on Beneficence TV.
Welcome back, everybody. You all know me as your friendly neighborhood benefactor, the disseminator of all forms of forbidden knowledge, whether it's the forbidden science of analyzing capitalism's internal contradictions, or the forbidden science of sacred geometry applied to electromagnetic coils, as we've seen in the rodent coil, and in my systems and many other systems. So today, what I'd like to go back to is, before we do some testing with the Christmas coil that I just wound, give you a little background and context and a refresher on how these coils and how I'm making them and how you can make them yourself if you're a responsible scientist. So I'm going to load my fireball coil video for you guys to watch real quick while I preload some other videos and load some other information up for you in the meantime. Just like that, we have a nice fiery red spool of 24 wires to break off into 2 channels of 12 wires each for our fireball rodent coil. It's gonna be great. What's going on, everybody? I'm the Benefactor, and this is the second part to our rodent coil workshop, where I will be showing you how to properly wind your coil after you've successfully twisted the multifiler. So what we did is we took 24 gauge wire, magnetic enameled, and we twisted 24 of those wires together, producing a multifiler. And it turned out beautiful. And it fits through the Tor, so we can put our spool through the Tor and not have to damage or twist or tangle the wires, which was a big problem for winding my Mark 1. So what we will be doing right now is the long but meditative process of winding this coil. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our spool and we're going to get the end and we're going to leave maybe 3-4 inches, maybe 4 to 6 inches off the end as our leads. And anywhere you want, or any disc you want, we're going to start at the middle. So see the one that aligns, see how that aligns with this middle disc here? We're going to start there. And what we're going to do is we're going to twist the start around here to give it some support. And then we're going to go 1 over and then 1 up. So that's the next one right here. We're going to put it in. And I'll show you in a second. Let me disable this stupid blurry background because it's actually not working like I wanted it to. We're going to start in the middle. See right there? And then we're going to go over and up 1 every time we put it through one of these rings. So over to the next one, but up 1. Over to the next one, but up 1. And we're going to do that and follow that same pattern as we wind it. And we're going to start the wind with a counterclockwise wind. And then once we're done with the counterclockwise wind, we're going to bend it. And I'll show you the bend. It's very simple. We'll bend it on top of the middle wire. And then we're going to start it in the opposite direction, clockwise. So if you flip it over, it'll be clockwise. And that will be the interference pattern It does take a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours or more, depending on how experienced you are and how fast you are with winding these. So be prepared to sit down and get comfortable because it is going to take a while, especially if you're new with this. And I do recommend taking your time because you don't want to scratch the enamel. So wear gloves, take your time with it. Don't try to rush it. Just be careful with the wire. Don't scratch it. Don't tangle it. Don't get it caught on these sharp edges. Nathan and I discussed a method that he's going to be utilizing in the future to round off some of these edges so they don't get caught. Because what I've experienced with my first try at this is when winding it, the multifiler got caught a lot on these little edges, and it almost like separated the multifiler. And you don't want them to separate; you want them to stay as a tightly packed bundle of wire. So we're gonna start that and enjoy the meditative experience that is winding these rodent coils. And real quick, what you will need during this process is simply something to cut the wire with. I recommend something like a wire stripper that has a cutter at the end, so you can get a clean cut. And you also are going to need about 2 packs of these. I recommend more than a pack just in case you need more. But I took it to, as for the original coil, it took about 1.5 packs of these zip ties. After you come up to meet the starting point, when you've finished your counterclockwise wind, simply bend the wire approximately 125 degrees back downward to produce the clockwise wind. This will be done in the opening directly below the start point. In this next step, what we will be doing is twisting the 12 wires together in series for channel A and then again for channel B. To do this, simply put your multimeter on continuity mode and clip any of the input or start wires with your red multimeter alligator clip. Next, find that same wire's end using your black alligator on the multimeter to search the other side. Once you find both ends of the wire, disconnect your black alligator clip and leave your red one attached to the start wire. Grab the wire you just disconnected from the multimeter and attach it to any other wire from the start bundle or the side with the red clip still attached. What we are doing is finding another wire that isn't being used and placing it in series. We will repeat this step 11 times, leaving 2 wires open for each channel. When finished, you should have 2 pairs of 4 connections. This will be your start and end for channel A and start and end for channel B.
Make sure it's on low.
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that last clip. I thought that was hilarious. So in our end, this is going to be our standard process for making the PoE vortex coil. Give me one second. Let me load up. That's not it. All right, so this is our end result. As you can see, it's not the fireball coil. This is our new coil, the Christmas coil, as I'm calling it, because if I called it the Nickelodeon coil, I would probably get sued. So that's a joke that my girlfriend made, and it was very funny. I thought it was hilarious. Anyway, so that's the new coil we're going to be testing tonight. As you can see, it's already wired and configured. It's kind of bent, so as I'm, testing it, I might straighten it out a little bit, but it should suffice. It should be just enough to test with. So, a caveat with this coil, if you haven't tuned in earlier, is that it is missing the final, 5-inch final wind for the interference pattern. So the wire bundle was just slightly short, but it is like 99% of what we need, so we're going to continue testing with it, and hopefully we get something out of it. Preliminary tests are very optimistic, so... Now, I have loaded up a couple of videos I'd like to just touch on a little bit from Alchemical Science, because Jordan has been doing some, well, he did some amazing work putting together these videos on how to, you know, transcribe VBM onto a frame of your own, and some of the principles involved. So I'd like to watch a couple of clips from Alchemical Science, and if you haven't subscribed to Alchemical Science, I highly suggest you do so. Jordan does some amazing independent research on sacred geometry and vortex-based maths. He also has been doing some amazing independent research, helping Bob Grenier and Malcolm Bendel with the thunderstorm generator, along with some amazing research with agriculture. So he does a lot of So, and he is one of the reasons why I started getting interested in some of these topics to begin with. So major shout out to Jordan. I know you're busy, bro, but I hope you are free to do an interview soon. There we go. Again, subscribe to Jordan's channel. It's Alchemical Science on YouTube. It's great. Oh, we have no audio. 1 second. Oh, there we go.
To Alchemical Science. I'm Jordan, a self-taught farmer, electrical engineer, and physicist who conducts open source research in the areas of unified physics, soil science, human and plant biology, neuroscience, and radiant energy power systems. No new ideas that come up in my videos can be patented. So there's already a lot of videos out there that explain Rodin's mathematics, at least a little bit, and there's Rodin's videos himself explaining vortex-based mathematics and Rodin's fingerprint of God, etc. So I'll link to a number of those down in the description. But as far as actually applying vortex-based mathematics to building toroids that we can actually 3D print and use or make by other means, there hasn't been a lot of work done on that. So there are some outliers who maybe I don't know about, but the main work that we've seen done in the area is by Tom Barnett, and I'll link to his video here. It's he goes through a lot of Rodin's mathematics and applies it to making toroid designs, talks about some of the issues that come up. But his work's reasonably difficult to understand if you don't have a little bit of background. So I'm hoping to kind of break that down in this video, show how we apply this mathematics to making toroids. Just really simply, we're going to do a more complicated animated video later that really gets into the depths of it and shows you the full process. But this will give you the overview, because our next video is going to go into printing and winding these coils and releasing some of our open source designs. Some
of his coil designs and 3D files are available. If you go to Jordan's channel, which is Alchemical Science, I highly suggest you go to his channel. He's got a website, and all that stuff is on there. That's actually where I got some of my coil frames that I printed out. One of them wasn't framed by him, but that he had provided from a gentleman, I believe, goes by the name of Dragons 7 or something like that. So that's actually the coil frame that I'm using for my Mark 1. That's the only coil that I have so far that I've been able to get any kind of over unity with, which is interesting. So, and I'll go into my theories about that in a little bit, and the spacing and ratios. But let's finish and hear what Jordan has to say on the subject, because he's a very important figure in these background communities of scientists who have been studying this stuff, and he should be taken very seriously because he knows what he's talking about. So let's hear what he has to say.
The other one that you can find who's done some work on this is Andrew Sprock, and he has just released and it was some time ago now, like some years ago, but released a design using Tom Barnett's mathematics for this nested first and third.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, he's got
rodent.
the nested frame right there. Yeah, he's got it all together. Okay, so this is the coil frame, similar, or it might be the exact same one that Nathan from Old Man Builds printed out. He hasn't wound it yet, but as you can see, there's a nested coil frame in the center that's already pre-wound, and then you put it in there, and it's just like an infinity pattern almost like a Mobius strip or whatever.
Coil that you see here. So we're going to talk a little bit about the nested coils and really break down, the process in actually using.
So the theory with the nested coil is that since these rodent coils, they generate so much, or they have the ability to generate so much free energy that you're just wasting it by not picking it up in the center. And you have a center pickup right there built into the coil. It's a nested coil inside the coil that's built into it, that's just picking up all that extra radiant energy that's not being picked up by the surrounding conductors, or maybe the other pickup coil that you have, because you can set another rodent coil on top of it and pick up energy that way. But yeah, it's all just wasted energy if you're not picking it up, because, again, radiant energy goes in all directions. It's not confined to the conductor. So the conductors just happen to pick up that little, bump in, radiant energy, or back EMF, or whatever you like to call it.
Using the mathematics to build these things.
And that's going to be really
essential.
And so,
as I mentioned,
maximizing
all
efficiency.
of Andrew Sprock and Tom Barnett's work is derived from Rodin's work directly and some of his contemporaries. So if you want to find out more about that, check out some of the links below, and you can find out why we're interested in these mathematics, applying them to coils. Alright, so with all of that said, how do we actually design the coils? So looking into Tom's work and the PDF that comes with Andrew's design, which you can find below as well. They've got a lot of the mathematics laid out there, which I won't go into too deeply, but essentially, first of all, we found it's easiest to determine the inner diameter of the coil, of the toroid. So it's best to do this just because when you've got a little bit of wire, it's not so much of a problem with these first order coils, which I'll talk about soon, but as you're getting into larger coils, you'll find that the hole in the center here reduces quite a lot, and you still want to be able to fit a spool of wire in between. So it's just a practical consideration to start with our inner diameter so we know what we're going to get.
And that's exactly why I have the guide out there on how to make a custom spool, and you can use this technique to actually extend that one step further for your smaller coil frames like Michael Morrell does, and use a small little shaft or stick, and just put little pitchfork ends. I have one here that I made for this coil. It's just a marker, literally just a marker with so this bit of coil came in a spool with a little plastic cap. Then the cap was almost 360 degrees around with a little tiny gap. So I broke it in half, put one end here, super glued the other end here, and I just wound it on this new spool. So now I can take it and put it inside. See? So that fits inside my frame, and you still have to be very delicate with it. That's the idea, though. You want to have some kind of preparation, some level of preparation, because trust me, you don't want to freeball it, right? You don't want to just sit there without a spool and have like this giant mess of wire everywhere, because you're going to get it tangled, you're going to get it bent. I don't care how careful you are, how patient you are, you're going to mess it up somehow, right? It's just better to get a spool, better to be a little prepared, and that's all I'm saying.
At our end result there. So yeah, first we choose our inner diameter. So then we need to determine the outer diameter of our toroid. which we do by multiplying the inner diameter by phi for a first order coil, which this is, to leave it simply. So again, you can look into the mathematics to do that in the links, and we'll be releasing more on that. But inner diameter, multiply it by phi, we have the outer diameter. So this is where the different orders of Rodin coils come in, which is the name that Tom Barnett gave them in his video, and that works well enough. I'm not sure that Rodin uses it, but so
that makes sense. That makes sense why we see different ratios of diameters. They're all different, I guess, octaves or harmonics of the phi ratio. So you could probably multiply it by the first harmonic or the second harmonic of the phi and get different fractals or scales of the same setup. So your inner to outer diameter ratio could be greatly different depending on that multiplication. At least that's my interpretation here. Anybody have any other anybody other than me in chat that has any background in this, like to weigh in, like feel free to do so. If I'm wrong, I'd love to be corrected, because you know me, I just want to get this information out there and debunk all the nonsense. So there's a lot of information going around about the Rodin coils, and my job here is to disseminate the fact from the myth and the actual way that you hook these up and configure these. So this is very important what he's saying here. If you're trying to design your own coil frame, which we might do in the future sometime, because Nathan has been gracious enough to send us a 3D printer. So once we have that, we're gonna, probably at some point think about designing our own custom frame. And that's going to be interesting. That's going to be fun. In the meantime, that 3D printer will be the first thing I'm going to be using it for is to create a little end cap for our leads, so I could just solder an 1/8 inch auxiliary jack, so it doesn't, I don't have to alligator clamp the leads every time, and that, because that puts damage and strain on the leads.
this is a first order coil, and so you can see it's got quite a large inner diameter, and then the toroid formers are not very large. The toroid isn't very thick there. And so that is just the inner diameter times phi to get our outer diameter, hence the kind of thinner toroid here. But then we can also do a third order coil or a fifth order coil or a seventh order coil, going all the prime numbers up as well. And so this is a third order coil. And that is the inner diameter times phi to the power of 3. And so you can see in this nested design here, the inner coil, you probably can't see it very well, but there is a coil inside there.
Yeah, so that sounds like the third harmonic of the phi ratio. You go 3 notches up, so it's not just the initial. That's interesting, because I think that's what our PoE vortex coil is at. I think it's at the third. And if we're thinking in terms of third harmonics, then we want to think in terms of third harmonics for our frequency range as well. That means if we're getting an initial response at a certain frequency, we want to take that frequency range and apply those phi harmonics to that ratio, that frequency as an octave, basically. So you go 2 octaves, and then the third octave, which is your third harmonic, and that would be your theoretical sweet spot for the PoE vortex coil if it is truly at the third phi harmonic, using the third the third power of the phi ratio. So that is very interesting to think about, because that is something that I have actually kind of seen with the Mark I coil. Is there's an initial frequency range that something interesting happens with the energy, and then you have a harmonic of that, which you apply, and I've done this, apply the phi harmonic to the second and then the third degree, you know, and it kind of aligned with the ranges that I was seeing those interesting things happen. So the golden ratio, sacred geometry, these, you know, principles are all forbidden sciences that are lost in time and now laughed at. But now we can actually see how they relate to everything in our universe, and how people like John Bedini and Tom Bearden were actually onto something.
That's much like this one, a first order coil, and then the outer shell, this larger coil outside it, is a third order coil. So inner diameter times 5 to the power of 3 to determine the outer diameter. And of course you can just keep going up. So we can calculate, you know, 5th, 7th, and continually going up. I'm still using the phi ratio to calculate the outer diameter by multiplying phi to the power of the prime numbers. And starting with phi to the power of 3 for the third order coil, and phi to the power of 5 for the fifth order coil, phi to the power of 7 for the seventh order coil, and so on going up. So yeah, first order coil, third order coil. And that's pretty much up to that point, just based on Andrew Sprock's existing designs, really going through his work, relating it to the mathematics that him and Tom talk about to work out how to design these from scratch. And that's something my wife Emma's done, who's got really quite deep into understanding these coils and the geometry behind them. So she's also designing a fifth order coil, which will be even bigger than this one. It's I think about like 800 mil wide or something so far, or maybe a little wider. So it's going to be quite large, and there's going to be many parts to it, because just printing this one, you know, a 3D printer plate is only so big. At least our little Ender V2 3v2 is. So we have to print all these very small parts, link them together. But Emma's come up with an absolutely incredible design that's very easy to put together, doesn't require glue, and follows all of this mathematics. So we'll have that one released soon. I think it's the first time anyone's released a fifth order coil, at least publicly, that we've seen. So some people may have fun with that. And we'll also have the first order, third order designs and some others up really soon as well, with a printing and winding video to accompany it. So then next we need to calculate how the wire channels are going to be wrapped around the toroid, according to vortex-based mathematics. So we can use this using Marco Rodin's number maps. And you can find out more about those directly in Rodin's videos, and also Tom Barnett, again, speaks about them quite a lot in his short demonstration on it. So we need to choose, again, what Tom Barnett calls like a 9x9 or an 18x18 or a 36x18 coil. And that's just determined on the amount of formers in the coil and the amount of holes that are in the former. So if we're looking at, for example, a 36x18, we would have 36 holes in each former, so 36 channels of wire, and then we'd have 18 formers around the toroid. So this one, particular one, I believe is an 18, so 18 holes around the formers and 9 around the toroid, although it's actually slightly adjusted to 19 holes, and I'll explain why that is in a moment. There's a good reason for it. So you can determine this using Rodin's number maps, and again, just check out Tom Barnett's video if you're interested in seeing how that's done, and we'll deal with it more later as well in future videos. This is really just an overview to show you the process of how these coils have come about and how you could do it yourself with the existing information already out there. Alright, so if we really strictly use vortex-based math to determine the geometry of our coil and the winding pattern of it and everything, we'll actually end up with a coil like this one, which it doesn't really look any different because it isn't wound yet. But what you'll find is when you start to wind around it, you'll get around once, so, you know, one loop around the coil through the inner ring, and then back to the same place, and it will come back to exactly the same place. So in the end, this coil has to be wound with 9 different channels of wire. So it'll have 9 inputs, 9 outputs to fill all of the holes in every former. And that's using strictly vortex-based mathematics. That's the coil you end up with. Which I didn't know for a very long time, because of course no one's doing coil designs like that, probably because they're not particularly practical.
Yeah, so 9 channels. So with the advanced version 3, we have 3 channels, and they're completely and perfectly out of phase from one another to produce that that 0 point, right? So what we see with the regular PoE vortex coil is we have 2 channels that are 180 degrees out of phase, and that is basically, I believe that's reflected in the waveform inverse, right? It's like the mirror symmetry that we see in the waveform when I achieve over unity with my Mark 1.
So that's why we've used a method of offsetting the mathematics slightly to end up with a unifiler winding like this coil at the back here. So we've just got 1 wire that will go through every hole on every former to complete the toroid. So we can do this by either adding an extra hole to each former, or depending on the number mat used, because it doesn't work in all scenarios, but adding an extra former and then leaving the amount of holes on each former the same. Look, this is just the method of offsetting that's been used by others in the past, and when we looked at the mathematics, we were like, yeah, I see why they did that, because there's not really a very practical way to get that unifiler winding. I'm not really sure how it came about initially, but you know, that sounds like a little bit of a disappointment if you're really interested in how accurately vortex-based mathematics describes you know, the nature of the dielectric and magnetic fields and relates to physics. But what you are getting is still a coil that is as close to the natural geometry of the magnetic field as I'm aware you can get, and that's really cool. And they do display some very, very unusual effects from having this unifiler winding pattern. Very interesting for radiant power research, very interesting for playing music through magnets and doing all sorts of things that I have showed and will show later on the channel. So those are mainly going to be the ones that we're exploring, that have this slightly offset VBM geometry, where we're adding an extra hole or an extra former to the coil to make it 1 unifiler winding pattern. So if you're interested in seeing those designs that my wife Emma has come out with, and we're fairly sure they're accurate, but of course we're always just trying and trying to advance the work. So if you have any feedback, hit us up with it. And if you want to see those designs, just subscribe to the channel, leave a comment.
Yeah, subscribe to Jordan's channel from Alchemical Science. He's doing some amazing stuff with the rodent coil. We're going to watch maybe one more.
Welcome to Alchemical Science.
We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm just going to watch the little intro here that he has for the Abha cipher. And if you want to see the whole thing, it's on his channel. You know, just go to Jordan's channel Alchemical Science, and you'll find it.
The fingerprint of God and a few other things. And this is the fundamental key to vortex-based mathematics, and the first thing we need to look at. So this video is the first part of a multi-part series that I'm calling Decoding Vortex-Based Mathematics. And in this first part, we're going to be exclusively talking about the Abha cipher. So I'm going to give a little history and context to the cipher, and then methodically go through some of the patterns, ratios, and geometries which it contains. So before we jump into decoding Marco's Abha cipher, I wanted to give a quick bit of history of what this thing is and why it's important. So fundamentally, it's important because it's a symbol that happens to contain many unique and interesting mathematical patterns. And it also serves as a key to the later applications of vortex-based maths to the number map and to the torus. So you need to understand that this is all still an evolving field of science, and no one really has all the answers as to the full extent of VBM's applications at all. So this is just an attempt at an exploration so we can better try and understand and apply and verify BBM in all sorts of different ways in the long term. So from free energy to field propulsion, personal spacecrafts, quantum hypercomputers, understanding of unified physics and extremely efficient programming languages, just to name a few of the claims and the things that are already being explored. So after I explain the history and context of the Abha cipher briefly, we'll dive straight into the patterns and the geometry and the ratios that can be found in it. Obviously, the first question most people will ask is, how did Marco come about developing the Abha cipher and vortex-based mathematics in general? So the answer is complicated. Marco decoded it from the Baha'i scriptures, and this sounds like a pretty vague explanation in the scientific world, but we need to understand this in the context that Marco is not the first genius to say he made his discoveries by decoding them from a sacred scripture. So Isaac Newton and Leonardo da Vinci told similar stories when they were questioned about some of their discoveries. So I choose to take Marco at his word when he says he derived the Abha cipher by chanting the name of God and decoding the numbers from his scripture.
So that's very true. If you go back to what Malcolm Bendel's lecture on Tesla was, one of his main points is Tesla was taught by the man who transcribed the Sanskrit text for Oppenheimer, right? So Oppenheimer, Tesla, they both derived their breakthroughs through the Sanskrit text, ancient text. So that's important to keep in mind as well.
Sure, that's how we got it. For skeptics out there though, you may find vortex-based maths and the patterns Marco's discovered interesting just based purely on their merit, so it's still worth looking into. And for those who wish to find out more about how Marco decrypted these things from the Baha'i scriptures, you can check out the book published by Science to Sage, which I've linked to below, which contains quite a few of the quotes from Marco and the Baha'i scriptures on the topic. And the number 9 represents both God and the golden ratio, and Marco claims it's the source of all other numbers, as a last little note there. And now we're going to jump straight in and see what patterns we can find in this Abha cipher.
Have a new invention idea? Davison Inventions can help.
To form the Abha cipher, Marco draws a circle, places a 9 at the top, and then he evenly spreads the other 8 numbers around the outside of the circle. So up until this point, we're still just going on Marco's intuition. From here we can start to explore the patterns which are present in the Abha cipher. So the doubling sequence. And this is the doubling sequence in the Mobius circuit, creating the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 repeating pattern. So we take 1 and we double it. So 1 plus 1 equals 2. And then we draw a line from the 1 to the 2. So then we take 2 and we double it, and we draw a line to the 4. Then we take 4 and we double it, and we draw a line to the 8. So we take 8 and double it, and this equals 16, which is of course not shown on the cipher. So this is where we need to learn the most fundamental function that is used in VBM. And this is the method of reducing numbers with more than one digit back to their digital roots or their mod 9. So in this example, we take 16 that we get when we doubled 8, so 8 plus 8 equals 16, and then we take the 2 digits 1 and 6 and we add them together, and that equals 7, so 1 plus 6 is 7. So therefore, if we reduce any multiple digit number using this method, we'll always obtain a digital root number of 1 to 9. So if we obtain a second 2-digit number, we just repeat the reduction operation to find the digital root again. So for example, if we had 39, we would go 3 plus 9 equals 12, and then 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. So carrying on with our doubling sequence around the Abha cipher, we know that the digital root of 16 is 7, so we continue the doubling sequence by drawing a line from 8 to 7. And then we double our previous number, so 16 plus 16 equals 32, and we reduce the 32 to its digital root, which is 5. So 3 plus 2 equals 5. So then we can draw a line from the 7 to the 5. And then we double our 32 and we get 64. We find that the digital root of 64 is 1. So 6 plus 6 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. And we can draw a line from 5 back to 1 to complete our Mobius strip circuit. So we can continue this doubling sequence indefinitely though. So the digital root pattern will continue and follow the same pattern around the upper cipher. So 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and repeat. The doubling sequence of the 3 and the 6. So according to Marco, the 3 and the 6 constitute a completely different system to the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. In fact,
So that's the basics of VBM. I'm actually going to cut this and put on the chapter from my episode of Divine Science that kind of helps explain some of this to a more general audience. So let's see here. Go to my channel. All right. We're going to skip to a very important. We're going to skip to a very important chapter from one of my own episodes of Divine Science on plasmoids and vortex math, and I will put that in the chat if you guys want to watch the full episode. I highly suggest it because it is an absolute necessary introductory documentary for anybody interested in vortex math, whether you're, a newcomer or a veteran. It goes into the history and some of the science of vortex math and its practical applications, along with how it connects to the plasmoid unification model. So, two very important things in this episode, but we're not going to watch the whole thing because it's an hour and a half long, and I just wanted to watch like 1 or 2 chapters from it. So here it is in the chat if anybody is interested.
I'm about to show you the mind-blowing mathematical lens. That is vortex-based math. Let's lay a couple of ground rules. First of all, in vortex math, we don't use 0. VBM is all about doubling and then reducing numbers down to a single digit. If you can bear with the arithmetic for a minute, I can teach you the significance of 3, 6, and 9, a mystery that has eluded scientists and engineers for decades. We begin by doubling 1 to get 2. We then double again to get 4, and then again to get 8. Now what does 8 doubled get us? Remember, we reduce the double digit down to a single digit by adding the 2 base components, and we are back to 7. 7 doubled gets you 14, which reduces back to 5. Doubling 5, we get 10, which reduces back to 1. Notice the infinity symbol created. This isn't a random design. The angles and paralleled lines in this diagram all reflect intricately woven relationships that are baked into the fabric of our reality. That is because numbers aren't just utilities for measuring. Numbers actually represent physical vectors in space-time, ones in which the fractals of creation are based on. In that sense, numbers are real. As you can see, numbers reveal the underlying pattern of creation. And everywhere we look, we can see this fingerprint of God. These numbers that form the infinity symbol represent our physical reality and how it interacts with itself. And if numbers represent physical vectors in space, then they must also have properties that can be observed. Let's look a little closer into this. 9 is a significant number because it was discovered by Marco that the number 9 gives the other numbers polarity. If 1, 2, 4, 8, 7 and 5 represent our physical reality, then 3, 6, and 9 must represent this previously unknown form of energy, a magnetic flux field at the quantum level, the 0 point. These numbers are what form our physical reality. This quantum flux field is the source for the non-decaying spin of an electron, the infinite well of radiant energy our universe runs itself on. Pushing this theory further, Marco theorized that everything in the universe is a vortex, from DNA to black holes. It is nature's path of least resistance. This energy permeates everything and will penetrate any material. This leads to everything in the universe being non-linear, not even time. Because the higher dimensions of our brain think linearly to organize our lives in a coherent manner, we perceive time to be linear. So how do we map out this flux field of energy emanating from the physical vector 9? And how do we even know this energy emanates from 9 and gives the other numbers polarity? Remember those patterns I talked about, the ones baked into the fabric of our reality? With this polarity, a mirroring effect happens. In the diagram, we can see every number on one side will correspond to the other side in an equal but opposing way. By doing some simple arithmetic, we can prove undoubtedly that these numbers, these physical vectors in space, all relate to one another in a coherent and intelligent manner. We begin by doubling 9. Vortex math is primarily about doubling and dividing, reflecting the natural processes for creation. Doubling 9 gives us 18. Adding the 2 digits gives us 9. We do this again. 18 plus 18 equals 36. Adding these together also gives us 9. It doesn't matter how many times we double this vector, 9 will always double to equal itself. This is the mathematical representation of this 0-point energy's emanation. Let's move on to the number 3. Doubling 3 gives us 6. Doubling 6 gives us 12, which brings us back to 3. Again, we double 12 to get 24. Adding these numbers brings us back to 6. This pattern of back and forth will continue indefinitely, like the pendulum effect of a magnetic flux field. It doesn't matter how many times you double these numbers, they will always oscillate back and forth with the energy that is emanating from the 9th vector. These are the only numbers that do this. It is because this is how vibration and motion occurs. Energy is always in motion and cannot be destroyed. It is the reason our universe is constantly in motion, but never actually going anywhere. An infinity, not in direction but in motion. The number 9 is the source of this energy. It is the only energy that exists at any system's 0 point. Therefore, it is the highest form of energy in our universe. This is the source of energy Marco is describing, what he saw in his vision. Ancient knowledge lost in time.
All right, so this is a chapter called The Introduction to Vortex-Based Math on my episode of Divine Science. I highly suggest you give it a watch after these live streams tonight. It is amazing introductory material, and some of it is honestly vital if you're interested in learning more about vortex math and the plasmoid unification model. And I try to make them fun, I try to make them interesting, so hopefully I succeed in that as well. So with that, we are going to actually just got an email invite to the League of Extraordinary Inventors tonight. Mike K from Faraday Research is hosting as usual, so we're going to get ready to go over, I might do a quick intermission. I'm trying to decide, we still got more than 30 minutes left. So the league usually starts around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So actually what I might do is let's play one more chapter from this episode of Divine Science, and then we'll get ready to switch over to the league. You don't have to go anywhere. I just have to do everything in the back end. So you guys just sit tight, enjoy the content, and be prepared for the League of Extraordinary Inventors at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight with all your favorite inventors. So I am going to skip forward to the spiritual language that is vortex math, this chapter called The Spiritual Language of Vortex Math in this episode of Divine Science. You all enjoy, and I am going to enjoy it as well.
Instead of using the conventional approach of mapping VBM to a hypercube, Rodin adopted a unique method of mapping his mathematics onto the surface of a hypersphere. While a hypersphere and a toroid are distinct shapes, it is possible to visually represent a four-dimensional hypersphere in three-dimensional space using a toroidal shape through a technique called stereographic projection.
This is stereographic projection. This is a sculpture that illustrates stereographic projection. Stereographic projection is a map from the sphere to the plane. And the way that it works is you look at the north pole of the sphere, and you draw straight lines from the north pole down onto the plane. And if you arrange the light at the north pole, then the light rays effectively do stereographic projection, and these curves on the sphere are mapped to the straight line grid on the plane.
This allows for a 3D visualization of the hypersphere's properties and is commonly used in mathematics and physics. In mainstream mathematics and computer science, higher dimensional objects are often mapped onto hypercubes or other geometric shapes to facilitate visualization. However, Rodin's approach was unique in that he utilized a method of mapping his mathematics onto the surface of a hypersphere rather than a hypercube, allowing for a more intuitive representation of the underlying geometry, the geometry of the universe itself.
And this shape here is called, yes, we know it's a donut, but in science they don't call it that. Torus, T-O-R-U-S, or tori means multiple toruses. Our body was named after it. What's our body called? A toroid. Human torso, T-O-R-S-O. You know what that means? It means you're getting put through the grinder. Because that hole is a tor. It means it's a hole. And it means that everything is either imploding into that hole or exploding out the other side. And if you don't have that hole, you're toast. Because it's always in and out. Compression, decompression. Implosion, explosion. And it's doing something else. It's thermal. It's about heat dissipation, which is the very foundation of all physics and astrophysics, because this is modeling a black hole. And nothing goes through the hole in the center, or the hole wouldn't exist. See this red line? Spirals and defines the hole by being an aperture, like our eye. Because there's something, I believe, emanating in this hole that's causing this hole to not close. Okay, and that's what I'm harnessing, and that's what I found.
In Rodin's sequence 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, and 5, each number is related to the previous one in a cyclical fashion.
In a hologram, the hole is in the part's in the hole. Doesn't matter which you take image in this explanation. I'm laughing because I'm thinking how extraordinary it is what you're seeing there. There's no words to describe the miracle of putting those numbers into place and seeing the donut from different perspectives. You have no idea how big of a deal this is.
The sequence has a fractal-like structure with self-similarity, meaning that if you zoom in or out on the pattern, it will always look the same. By using this cyclical property, it's possible to design technology in a way that takes advantage of the repeating pattern to achieve greater performance without adding more resources.
A Mobius circuit. The superfluid preferred longest mean free pathway of least resistance for electrical superconductivity always follows this bounded infinity circuit. You start with one God, one universe. It doubles, becomes two. That's Gabriel's trumpet. 4, because the B is not a bilevial stop. It's a plosive. So when I say the most great name of God, I don't say, which is the Baha, means glory, in Arabic, Aramaic. It's a loan word out of Arabic to the Farsi language. It's in the Bible, it's in the Torah, it's in the Quran, it's in Buddhism, it's in everything. And the superlative case of Baha, which is the higher case, the highest, is called Abha. And that translates to splendor, wondrous, or glory. That's the heavenly world. And I had to learn all this math to help me understand that. So what happens is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, but I'm back to where I began. So why is the I Ching 64? Why is it the $64,000 question? Not because 8 times 8 is 64. We thought it was. Why? It's because it's one complete cycle of infinity. And it's not infinity of a straight line direction, it's infinity of a spin continuum. It's infinity of duration. So 64 doubles 128, but 1 plus 2 plus 8 equals 11 is 2. 256 equals 13 is 4. 512 equals 8. 1024 equals 7. 2048 equals 14 is 5. There's only 6 numbers in infinity before it repeats. So infinity isn't infinite. It's a bounded infinity, like the electron orbital. That's a big deal. I'm taking the binary code, which is doubling, and I'm saying I can turn conventional computers, I'm taking this back to how to make a supercomputer, and I can take that binary code and I can say, I'm not interested in how many transistors I can pack into the smallest processor I can make. I'm interested in cycling, how many times I go around. I'm interested in making a track for computer logic processors. Everybody today, we're making computers that are using the binary code. Nobody knows how to use the 396693 to do calculations yet in a supercomputer. No one knows that you can't have the binary code without the 396693. I'm telling every computer scientist that you don't even have the whole picture yet. That's unbelievable. That there's another pattern, number pattern, in calculating that is indispensable to these calculations, which is a 396. So if I go from 3, because we know if I go 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, I'm going to go back to 1. You can't leave the train track. You're on a rail. But what happens with this? And bear in mind, why is it a dotted line? Because I'm trying to convey to you that it's a higher dimensional flux field. Because every coil, as I had to learn, you're now having to learn, as it was taught to me by Scott, who was my mechanical engineer, chief, every coil has an associated magnetic field with it, except it's not just magnetism, it's spirit and magnetism. The field is magnetism, the flux is spirit. It's a flux field. So, spirit is irresistible, penetrates everything, and is the source of all motion, vibration, and time. I have found a numerical formula for spirit. I know when and where spirit is in 3D space, and more importantly, I know where it's not. Okay, so spirit has a phasing, it has an activation sequence, it has a timing, and there's a numerical formula for it. So what am I doing? I'm getting rid of calculus, I'm getting rid of equations, or I'm giving them numerical equivalence, because calculus is never any better than the person speaking it, whereas numbers are a part of our world. They're a part of creation. They have attributes, they have physical properties, and they have a timing. The relationship to geometry or to tiles or to tempo and timing is an inherent part of this discovery. So spirit is also called prana, chi, tachyon, monopole, dark energy, dark matter. It's also called soliton, Higgins, God particle. It's what everybody wants right now. It's what the big race is that everybody's looking for. I've elected to use the term they use in the scriptures, which is spirit. I could easily substitute any other name for it.
This opens up new possibilities for creating technologies that are more energy efficient, smaller, and faster, potentially making current technologies obsolete. The traditional linear approach in engineering is based on the concept of adding more resources, such as more transistors or more power, to increase the speed and capacity of a system. However, the cyclical approach in vortex math is different. Rather than adding more resources, this approach focuses on increasing the efficiency of a system by exploiting its inherent cyclical patterns. By utilizing engineering in this fashion, you are choosing the path of least resistance for both the programming language and electrons flowing through the hardware. Marco believes that the energy flow in the universe is a result of a continuous geometric progression that starts from the singularity at 0 and expands outward in a spiral motion, following a specific pattern called the Rodin coil. In vortex math, the number 9 is considered to be a very special number because it is the highest single-digit number and contains within itself all other numbers.
That's where the missing 0 is. Only 9 lines up over 0. Unless you're the finest, and my students are the finest of the finest, bar none. Okay, they come from Microsoft. They come from the biggest General Dynamics, the biggest weapons manufacturer in the world. Everybody has to come through my door if they want to be a master of their technology. What I'm about to explain is just one thing. That 9 lines up over that 0 vertically, but no other number lines up over anything else vertically. Everything else lines up horizontally, except nothing lines up with the 0 either. So this is the relationship of how nothing creates everything. How the universe was brought into being. So I claim to know the secret of the 3, 6, and 9, and that's a family number group, but when I'm using it, it's palindrome 396. 9 always comes in the middle of 3 and 6. 3 and 6 are always on the outside, and DNA follows this pattern. And if you can follow it, 3 and 6 is magnetic, 9 is spirit. They're inseparable. Only magnetic fields can respond fast enough to give slippage and free play to spirit. And when spirit's going forward, the magnetic fields are going in the reverse direction. But I had this when I was a teenager. I did not know that the 396 was that red dotted line. When I had that as a teenager, I didn't have it correct. I had that as a solid line. You can see how it's the same angle and the same ratio? You see this waveform in the circle? See this waveform in the circle? Because I took the most great name of God, the equation, out of the scriptures, which is the 2 and the 5 connecting to the 1, because that's in Arabic is the B. That's the H is the 5. I'm not using the English order of the letters. I'm using their original scriptural language. Why? Because they say the prophets deliberately revealed it in those languages because they said those languages, the sound embodies the essence of what it's describing. They said it was a spiritual language. So I was going by their rules. Hey, I'm not a prophet. I'm an adherent. I'm trying to learn what they're teaching, okay? I'm just trying to reverse engineer and look for the clues.
Marco believes that 9 is a symbol of the original source of all creation and represents the purest form of cosmic energy. He claims that the number 9 holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, and that by understanding the mathematical properties of 9, one can harness the limitless power of the cosmos. According to Marco, all the energy in the universe comes from the singularity at the center of the vortex, which is represented by the number 0. In contrast, the number 9 is considered to be the symbol of the highest level of consciousness and represents a connection to the ultimate source of cosmic energy. It is a symbolic representation of the cosmic energy that emanates from the central singularity. Nikola Tesla, the famous inventor and physicist, also had a special fascination with numbers and their relationship to the universe. Tesla believed that the numbers 3, 6, and 9 held a unique and universal significance, and he often talked about the importance of understanding the hidden patterns and symmetries in the universe. Tesla believed that if people could understand the significance of 3, 6, and 9 and their relationship to each other, they could unlock the secrets of the universe and access limitless energy. He is famously quoted as saying, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe." Tesla believed that these numbers represented a fundamental aspect of the universe, and that they contained a hidden power and symmetry that could be harnessed for great benefit. Which leads one to ask the question, just what is the connection between Tesla and Marco Rodin? Could that connection be ancient knowledge? There are several interviews and articles that have contributed to the idea that Tesla was interested in the technology of the ancient civilizations. One such interview is recorded in an article titled Tesla on Ancient Knowledge and the Pyramids by Arthur H. Matthews, which was published in Collier's magazine on February 9, 1929. In the interview, Tesla states,
"It is true that I have devoted much time to the study of the ancient records relating to civilizations that have passed away, and it has been a source of much gratification to me to find, among other achievements of genius, that of the electrical transmission of energy, to mention only one of the many discoveries which are wedded in my mind to the lore of the ages."
He continued,
"I have never ceased to hold a strong interest in the natural sciences, and my use of the term natural applies to such phenomena and forces as are unexplainable, in terms of the accepted theories of the present-day schoolmasters. In other words, while I have devoted a goodly portion of my life to technology, the underlying theme of my studies has been spiritual. Modern science, admittedly, a mere branch of knowledge, is progressing slowly on two different..."
The sentence suddenly cuts off. Just what was Tesla describing in this interview? What were those two different paths he was talking about? Could those two paths actually have been related to the conflicts of interest regarding capitalist tendencies in academia? We already know that Tesla's perspective on capitalism was complex and at times confrontational. He recognized the need for funding and investment, but warned that the pursuit of profit in science could be a conflict of interest. He believed that the pursuit of knowledge and the pursuit of profit were two separate branches that should not be combined. Yet industrial monopolies had seized control, stifling competition and innovation. The question remained, was capitalism the best system for scientific advancement, or was it ultimately a destructive force? As Tesla aimed to provide unlimited energy for free through his wireless energy transmission experiment, he hoped to challenge the status quo and pave the way for a new society. Indeed, Tesla's unique perspective on science and capitalism has continued to inspire thinkers and inventors in the years since his death. Among those is Marco Rodin, who seeks to replicate the divine proportions Tesla believed were present throughout the universe. And those divine proportions are the fingerprint of God. We really appreciate you for tuning into this episode of Divine Science. If you are enjoying your time here on the channel, please drop a like on the video and subscribe for more revolutionary content. Now grab your popcorn and let's get back to the show.
Come on, guys, let's hit that
Dare
sub
to
button.
challenge the limits of conventional wisdom here on Beneficence TV. For 50 years, Malcolm has been developing his plasmoid unification model. He has been traveling outside of his homeland of Australia for 20 years just to find the sources of information he required to complete his theory, from the deserts of Egypt to the libraries throughout Europe and in America. Malcolm even searched the Vatican Library. What he found was evidence of lost knowledge of advanced technology. Knowledge hidden in plain sight. This lost technology was based around the principles of sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is the study of geometric patterns and shapes that are believed to hold spiritual and mathematical significance, often used in art, architecture, and spiritual practices.
And here we have what I refer to as the alphabet of sacred geometry, and these are the simplest forms.
These intricate and harmonious geometrical patterns are ubiquitously found in nature, symbolizing the interconnection and inherent order of the universe, inspiring awe and reverence for the natural world. To understand why nature takes these shapes is to understand creation itself.
Again, notice, everything adds up to 9 for some strange reason.
So how did this deeply important and sacred knowledge get lost in the first place? You can thank colonization for that. The colonization of ancient worlds discarded much of those ancient civilizations' history. Malcolm himself comes from the lineage of a lost civilization. The civilization of Tasmania, in which Europeans wiped out a whole indigenous race. No records, nothing. Wiped out due to the politics of claiming nation. The idea of finding the city of Troy had found uninhabited. As Malcolm puts it, Troy was a myth because no one had found it. For years, mainstream historians laughed at the idea of finding the city of Troy. Unfortunately for those that said it didn't exist, these pesky little things have a way of turning up, as I'm sure will happen with Atlantis. Humans have a strange proclivity to disregard and completely minimalize the knowledge of our ancestors. This is very naive and insulting to our ancestors and to the people who wrote the Sanskrit text. They had the same mental acuity that we have, anatomically the same, and the Romans with their aqueducts and city building and planning the cities out with a lot of forethought. They all have very similar blueprints within their cultures, which means there was a central government. There was a central body of knowledge that government was drawing upon, and that knowledge throughout history comes and goes like the tide. The knowledge of plasmoids has been hidden in plain sight for centuries, and societies have lost that ancient knowledge, a large part thanks to the externalities of capitalism and its tendency to exploit other countries. According to Malcolm, the plasmoid unification model offers a complex solution to the problem of unifying everything, taking into account the properties and relationships of crystal form, sound, color, time, and angles. This technology revolves around the ancient numerical patterns found in structures such as the pyramids and other architectural wonders. These numbers, when analyzed, reveal a fascinating relationship between various ancient civilizations and their architecture, as proven by pioneers like Randall Carlson. Geometry is integral to understanding the PUM, and plasmoids generate and store charge using the principles of sacred geometry. Malcolm's plasmoid diagram categorizes different aspects of the universe: ether, sun, matter, and time. When we understand the relationships between these four categories, we can begin to build a picture of how our universe actually works. Aether represents the underlying energy of our universe. It is DC energy at rest, as observed in Marco Rodin's vision, the source of the non-decaying spin of an electron, zero-point fluctuations in the vacuum. Aether can best be visualized by imagining the light paradox. The light paradox refers to a situation where all colors are present, yet there are no colors observed. Imagine you have a beam of light. If you take light going into a prism, you can see that light splits up into its frequencies and contains in itself all colors. This paradox arises when light contains a mixture of all possible colors. However, due to a phenomenon called color subtraction, when all colors are mixed together in equal amounts, they cancel each other out and no colors are perceived. Instead of perceiving a mixture of colors, the result is a perceived absence of color or white light. This paradox highlights the similarities between the ether, because ether contains within it all time, matter and color, but this energy exists in a realm where there is no time, matter, or colors. Still confused? I don't blame you. Let's try another analogy. Imagine you have a magic toy box that can turn out any toy you can think of. How cool would that be? Now, this toy box is a bit magical because it can make all the toys appear and disappear instantly, just by thinking about it. But here's where things get tricky. Sometimes you want to have all the toys in your toy box at the same time, right? It's like having a big party with all your favorite toys. However, the magic box can only hold one toy at a time. So, you can only play with one toy while the others are waiting in line. The ether paradox is kind of like having all toys and no toys at the same time. It can be a bit confusing, just like the paradox of having nothing and everything all at once. But sometimes, these kinds of paradoxes help us think about the deeper mysteries of the universe and how everything is connected. So this is the paradox, and this is what our society lost through ignoring sacred geometry. By not learning the wisdom which was transmitted through ancient texts, wisdom was enshrined in, for example, the Great Pyramids so we wouldn't lose it. It makes sense. What is the one thing that would be left after a global calamity? Giant megalithic structures made out of stone. The sun acts as an intermediary between the realm of aether and the realm of matter, facilitating the flow of energy and the emergence of physical existence. The sun has the ability to imprint frequencies onto the surrounding energy called ether, transforming it into matter. It could be speculated that the interactions and movements of energy within the ether could potentially align with the recurring pattern of the 3, 6, and 9. Furthermore, in this hypothetical connection, the sun could be envisioned as a focal point or generator of energy within the ether. The energy emissions and processes associated with the sun could be seen as one manifestation of the underlying energy flow or vibration identified in the 369 pattern observed by Marco Rodin. Putting on our vortex math lens, the sun can be seen as the number 9 or the source of this energy at rest. Then we have time. Time is seen as the mold that shapes matter, with different dimensions, both 4D and 3D, playing a role in this process. Malcolm makes an analogy of transitioning from the sun to matter. This transition necessitates the involvement of time as a crucial element. Malcolm explains this transition by likening it to converting direct current into alternating current, which involves adding timing or time as a factor. However, traditional methods of conversion results in a loss of energy. All matter inherently possesses frequency characteristics, with time and the sun playing important roles in shaping and transforming energy into tangible matter. Malcolm argues that since time is mutable and can be reversed or sped up, light, which travels at a constant speed, serves as a reference point for proving that matter is fundamentally based on frequency in relation to time. That's where matter comes from, the interaction of frequency and time. Ether is a concept that represents the underlying fabric or essence of the universe. It symbolizes the infinite, formless, and all-pervading energy beyond physical matter. In sacred geometry, it is often associated with the concept of universal consciousness, or from the unmanifested potential from which everything arises. In summary, Malcolm's plasmoid unification model posits that all matter inherently possesses frequency characteristics, and time and the sun play important roles in shaping and transforming energy into tangible matter. Diving into the unification model's ancient connections starts by highlighting the number 432, which is believed to be a universal constant and resonant frequency found in various phenomena and ancient civilizations. Bendel suggests that 432 represents the number of protons, or electrons, required to form a plasmoid. This implies that plasmoids, which are key energy sources in the PUM, resonate at this frequency, indicating a profound connection between energy, matter, and the universe's design. Regarding Malcolm's practical application for the PUM, he calls it the molten sea arc atomic reconstruction technology. This type of cold fusion technology allows for atomic reactions at manageable temperatures and without any toxic byproducts. The molten sea arc refers to Solomon's molten sea, which he believes was the last known plasmoid generator used in history for storing and generating electrical charges. Unlike its well-known counterpart, the Ark of the Covenant, the molten sea arc was a massive basin, described as being 10 cubits in diameter, 5 cubits in height, and having a decorative rim in the form of flower petals. It rested on 12 bronze oxen, 3 facing each cardinal direction. This would have made the diameter about 15 feet. The connection between the molten sea arc and the Ark of the Covenant is not direct, as historically they served different purposes in Solomon's temple. The Ark of the Covenant was a sacred chest that contained the stone tablets with the 10 Commandments and was seen as the symbolic presence of God. It was placed in the innermost part of the temple known as the Holy of Holies, while historically the molten sea basin was placed in the outer courtyard. Malcolm believes that same technology behind the phenomenon known as MSART was utilized in the molten sea arc. Plasmoids are atomic batteries that store energy through their specific geometric shapes. He believes that, based on the descriptions of the arc, they were utilizing sacred geometric principles to produce free energy. Malcolm suggests that plasmoids generated through an imploded bubble are safe and can be used to store massive amounts of energy. It is estimated that up to 1 kilowatt of power can be stored within clusters of plasmoids that reach their maximum charge density. These plasmoids can effectively store and discharge energy in a controlled manner. His theory also suggests that the molten sea acted as the charger for these plasmoids, and the Ark of the Covenant was a capacitor that had the ability to hold those plasmoids. This is why it's called the molten sea, an entire sea of energy within one 10-cubit basin. It utilizes water in the same way Malcolm's generator does, as fuel. Bendel also mentions the importance of the numbers 27 and 9 in relation to the Sun, Moon, and Earth. He suggests that the Sun and Moon exhibit a harmonic resonance with the Earth based on these numbers. The Earth's mean orbital radius is approximately 27 times the Moon's mean orbital radius, and the Earth's mean rotation period is approximately 27 times the Moon's mean orbital period. The number 9 appears because 27 is divisible by 9, highlighting a harmonious relationship between these celestial bodies. These numerical relationships proposed by Bendel aim to demonstrate the intricate and intelligent design present in the universe and its connection to the plasmoid unification model. By exploring the numerical patterns and relationships, Malcolm seeks to gain a deeper understanding of the fundamental principles that govern energy, matter, and creation. Applying this model, Malcolm has invented a combustible engine retrofit that will not only double efficiency, but eliminate toxic waste gases by turning exhaust into oxygen. With a traditional combustion engine, you produce toxins and byproducts, which create a positive charge simply because they are explosive rather than implosive. Explosive force is death and destruction. The main goal of the PUM is to transition existing explosive and destructive technologies into plasmoid tech, which is seen as an intro to the new industrial revolution, moving away from explosive technologies towards implosive intelligent ones. Malcolm warns us that explosive technologies are primitive and that implosive technologies are intelligent. Implosive technologies are the hallmark of enlightened societies, which states we need to get away from destroying the planet. If you think about the UFO connection for a moment, these craft obviously don't utilize explosive propulsion. It has been theorized that UFOs most likely use some kind of field propulsion, and that this gives a scientific explanation for some of those unexplained phenomena. Plasma does seem to show inertial dampening properties as well, and Malcolm himself emphasizes that the ultimate application of plasmoids, while they can be used almost anywhere in industry, they can be utilized most effectively in space. It's an infinite source of energy, which is matter, and you can travel speeds exceeding the speed of light. Because light is not a constant, he claims his technology has the ability to alter the speed of light. That's what we call a warp drive. The plasmoid unification model and vortex-based math share some similarities as they both relate to the fundamental principles of creation and the relationships between elements. Both models recognize that everything in the universe is based on geometry and that there are certain constant numbers that underlie creation. Vortex-based math focuses on the numerical patterns that emerge from the torus and spiral configurations found throughout nature, while the plasmoid unification model focuses on the resonant frequencies of life's elements critical to mankind's existence and development. Both models recognize the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of understanding the geometry that underlies creation. The plasmoid unification model posits that plasmoids embody all sacred geometry, which is fundamental to their atomic battery capabilities. Vortex-based math is also based on the geometry of the torus, which is seen as the fundamental shape of the universe, the path of least resistance for free-flowing energy. Both models show that the universe is an intelligent design, and that design is in perfect harmony with itself and resonates in unison with a collective chord. This is the key to understanding the energy and matter conversion mechanisms underlying creation itself. Each model individually gives us evidence of divine creation, the fingerprint of God. Together, they create a comprehensible model for understanding the very fundamentals of our reality. A hitchhiker's guide to the galaxy that can show you everything and nothing all at the same time. Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model is a theoretical model that posits that there is a fundamental unity underlying all matter and energy, which he calls a plasmoid or a protoverse. According to the plasmoid model, these plasmoid structures make up the very fabric of reality, existing at all scales from subatomic particles to supernovas and galactic clusters. They are thought to have a range of properties, including resonant frequencies that correspond to specific shapes, colors, cardinal directions, and other physical phenomena. Furthermore, the plasmoid model suggests that plasmoids are responsible for many of the observable phenomena in the universe, from the rotation of galaxies to the behavior of particles in accelerators. The theory also proposes that plasmoids can serve as a unifying framework that can explain phenomena across disparate fields. Physics and cosmology. Nevertheless, the model is still in the early stages of development and requires more research to fully comprehend its implications. It begins with the plasmoid generator, a device that is designed to produce plasmoids artificially. It works by using ultraviolet light to ionize gas, and combined with the vacuum phase of the engine, creates microbubbles in a chamber of water. These microbubbles, when compressed on the piston's power stroke phase, symmetrically implode, which happens so violently and with such force it actually changes their state of matter from liquid to gas and then to a plasma.
First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
This plasma is then shaped by a magnetic field which is self-sustaining due to its toroidal geometry. The resulting plasmoid can also be given a specific resonant frequency and other properties to suit a particular application, such as fusion energy research. These plasmoids are what Stan Meyer's water-powered car was running on, a cold fission reaction that disassociates the water molecules into their base components of oxygen and hydrogen. When these plasmoids discharge using their maximum charge density, they can release up to 1 kilowatt of power. They accomplish this by actually tapping into zero-point energy. Remember what we talked about before regarding vortex math and the 0 point.
Now, I'm really roughhousing you guys. I play hard, and that's called having fun. If you don't have a funnel, you're not having fun, okay? And that's called a vortex well. If you're not healthy, if you don't have that well. So all the most affirmative, positive words in our language are all based on the vortex. Did I push that too hard, that point, or is it obvious that that's true?
The center of the toroid is the only place you can access the 0-point energy field, how you tap into nature's unlimited supply of clean energy. For the Bendel engine retrofit, they are utilized in the same way that nature utilizes counter-rotating vortexes colliding at specific angles. Once the plasmoids are generated, they are then sucked up into the thunderstorm generator during the piston's vacuum phase. The thunderstorm generator is a tube with a sphere attached, which contains multiple spheres of specific ratios. These spheres utilize sacred geometric principles. The ice-cold plasmoids and burning hot exhaust collide at just the right angle to produce a cold atomic reaction. Once the plasmoids interact with the electric fields generated by the separation of charges inside the generator, it can cause the plasmoid to destabilize and collapse, releasing large amounts of energy in the form of sound, light, and electromagnetic radiation.
Treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begin to boy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? A man named Michael with a vision to show. Building towards a goal, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise. Because that gold chart, he's cut down all the lines. And it just fits, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a life, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, but let the taste clear. And I find the stream, you're watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Girl, spin fast in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Best there's ever been.
Okay, stand by. Sorry, my bad. Let's try it again. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to League of Extraordinary Inventors. I'm your host, Mike from Faraday Research. It is Free Energy Fridays. It is October 18th, 2024. Welcome to the show. We got Nathan on, we got Philip on, we got Ben, and we got Lulu. Welcome to the show. It's Free Energy Friday. And yeah, we'll get right into it. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good.
Everybody's good. So, Nathan, you've been really busy this week with your podcasts. Maybe you can talk about briefly about your channel, and you had a very special guest on this last week. Maybe you can touch base with that, and then we'll go on with Philip. Philip's always got something. Every week he's got something new. So, and Ben, same thing, and Lulu. Yeah, we'll just dive right into it. So you had a guest on that I tried to get on, and he refused. He didn't want to do any podcast, or he just basically at the time, I guess maybe it was bad timing. I don't know. But you had Joe Legacy on. He's got a pretty popular YouTube channel, and maybe you can tell everybody about that interview and how that went.
Oh, Joel's awesome. He's kind of like the rest of us. He gets inspiration, and then like at night in his dream, and then first thing in the morning, he's writing down a circuit, tries it out later, and unbelievably, it's like a beautiful circuit works. You know what I mean? So he's just like us, and he does all these cool inventions. He has the pig cell on there. He also was doing microwave research, which I thought was just totally awesome. And he was a great guest, man. Real informative, knew a lot of stuff about Tesla. There's a lot of things that he shared on there that he doesn't necessarily share on his channel. So absolutely love Joel to come on there. And I hope to have him on again. But if you caught that interview, it was just absolutely amazing. I know everybody kind of got in there and got to talk to him a little bit. And for me personally, it was awesome because I've been watching him for a while. And I think everybody else has too. So it was kind of one of those dream guests that you always go over there and try to get. But he came on, man, and he actually afterwards emailed me a couple of times. We went back and forth on a few things, and hopefully he'll be up to doing another one.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, he's kind of one of those people that he doesn't like the spotlight too much. You know, when it comes to like podcasting, because sometimes you can feel like you're on the spot, but it's not really his kind of thing. He likes doing his own webcasts. He'll do like his own live stream and just like shoot, get questions and answer questions, stuff like that. But to do it in a group setting, I think that's kind of out of his element. He's not really comfortable with that. But I think you brought the show across in a way that he didn't feel intimidated.
Yeah.
Right. And that's good. And he connected with that. So yeah, who knows? Yeah, maybe he'll come on again soon and do another.
Well, we have a really positive crew that we don't let a bunch of, morons in there that are just derogatory. So we keep it real nice and a safe environment for everybody to come in and talk and hang out. And I think that's one of the best things about it, because we felt like right at home with the rest of the guys on the channel, and it really worked out well.
Yeah, I popped in briefly there. I was a little bit distracted that night, but at least I got in for about 5-10 minutes and did my little shtick. And yeah, so yeah, it was a great show. I listened to the whole show again. I think a day later, because I didn't get the whole show.
Okay.
So I went back and actually listened to the entire show, and it was great. It was a really, really informative show.
So
sorry, what was his name?
Joel Legacy?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's specializing on what?
Well, he does pig cells, microwave research. He does a fair amount of research into Faraday and the equations and stuff. He built circuits, kind of like us, just a garage inventor, and he shows all of his work. He likes to, kind of like Gerald in that way, he likes to show his work. And instead of talking about it a whole lot when he makes his videos, and then when you get him on a live, you kind of have to pull it out of him a little bit. You know what I mean? the guy is so smart. He knows a lot more than what he ever tells on his video.
Maybe he's gonna unshy at some point and speak it out. Everything he's doing, he's more easily. He needs to practice. So like me, initially I was a little bit, and everybody is kind of nervous a little bit when it starts to speak in front of everybody, but he's gonna get used to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, on my end, I don't have any cool experiment like last week to display, but because I was working on another. Sometimes I need to work on my company, and I had to work on my software C++ superset, and now it's pretty powerful. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn powerful. And I need to get it ready.
Copy of that.
Sorry?
I need to get that.
Yeah. And I need to get it ready before I go in Texas this December. There was another show in November, right after the elections, in Tampa Bay, Florida, about special operations, SOCOM. But I don't think I'm gonna go there. I wish I could go, but I can't. I need to select my showcases. But I did have time to do some thinking about something. I don't have the right equations yet, but I did try to figure out why a photon goes at speed c, and I know I did figure that the speed of light is a function of frequency in my paper, based on the supernova explosion, 7.2 billion light years away. You see, apparently there's a delta between frequencies that we receive. So there's a time delay between photons and their frequencies. So clearly, the speed of light is a function of frequency, but why at that speed? I'm trying to figure out why it goes at that speed. And
well, that speed varies, though. Eric Dollard says it's an arbitrary constant. Speed of light is not constant. It varies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not constant. It's a function of frequency.
Right.
But the
the universe is constantly expanding, so the light that's traveling with it is also expanding.
Yeah,
right.
But one thing that just came to my mind is a photon. What is a photon? It's a positron and an electron superimposed. So the net charge is null. So the energy needs to emanate in some way. So it emanates in speed. So that's what I figured out this week.
Like a lot of people in regular science, they still think it's a particle. It's not a physical mass. It is a frequency. It's a, like you're saying, it's frequency. Photon's not a particle, like a physical matter, right?
Yeah, it's just when I talk about electron and positrons, it's not a particle either. It's the same thing as a photon. It's not like a ball of pool, like I keep saying that hits other balls of pools and things like that. It's just some virtual particle that has a charge, but when you combine it with a positron, the net charge is null, but the energy needs to emanate in some way, and I think it emanates in speed. So the only solution, since the net charge is null, the energy needs to emanate in speed. It needs to have a speed. So I think that's. I just need I get the idea, but I just need to have the right equations now. That's what I was trying. I was hoping to have the equations before the beginning of the show, but unfortunately, I did not have the equations yet. I don't have the equations yet. So yeah, just check out my. I'll be able to sell C++ superset in 2 weeks, but before that, we'll have to patiently wait.
Well, it's good you're making some grounds with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you're you have a business to run too, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
You know, this is playtime, and business is business. You have to put food on the table, and you got to do what you got to do. Speaking of which, I was already telling everybody before the show. Next week I'll be doing a show Friday night, but the next 2 Fridays I will not be able to do a show. I have to go on afternoon shift because we're getting pretty busy at work. So they split the shifts up now. So I got my turn to go on afternoons is after next week. So there'll be one more show, and then it'll be 2 weeks of no shows. But there's still Nathan and Ben. They got great podcasts. If you haven't become a member of their YouTube channels, do so. Ben and Phil. Phil, you got a YouTube channel too now. Post your links in the live chat so people can subscribe to your channels. Yeah, don't forget to do that so you can get some more subscribers to your channels and get more viewers and stuff. So, yeah, take full advantage of the live chat. It's going good tonight. Actually, the last 5 weeks, we've had really, really strong chats going. So, thanks to chat. Keep it up. Yeah, for sure. And I'll even post it up on the screen there for everybody as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I didn't log in before. If you can just paste my link here.
Yeah.
So yeah, the speed of light is the only thing I'm trying to figure out. I mean, not the speed of light itself, but the amplitude of the speed of light, and this and something else I forgot. There's just 2 things I'm trying to figure out. So if you guys can help me out, that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. Check out Philip's Fornex, right? Is your company name?
Yeah, my company is called Fornox, and
Fornox.
My the name of the theory that represents all my efforts in astrophysics is called finite theory. So yeah.
So you're looking for speed of light equations in physics? Is that what you were researching?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why when you have a photon that goes in a glass, it goes a little bit slower than C, but when it gets out of the glass, it goes back to the speed of C with an instantaneous acceleration. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure what.
Well, wouldn't the ether itself actually alter C due to higher concentration and lower concentration?
Yeah.
And as those fields travel through the ether, it's not always a smooth transition for that to actually go from point A to point B. There's going to be some resistance there, which would alter the frequency and also alter the speed of C.
Yeah, the energy density will alter the speed of light. Like if it goes in a denser area, it's gonna be slower, and if it goes in a less dense, it's gonna be faster.
And
so
I liked how Eric Dollard called it. He called it an arbitrary constant. So
yeah, but you need a theory that's based on impedance and maybe even magnetic fields in order to get the right equation in physics, right? So they say that it slows down when it gets into a magnetic field, but then you're talking about a glass, so that's just straight impedance of the field. So if it's a scalar field, you got to pick up some kind of resistance, and that resistance slows down the field in order to create light. So you need something in physics that demonstrates that, right? That's what
Yeah.
you're looking for.
Yeah. I'm trying to well, just explain why C, why not C divided by 4 or 10? You know, why C? I know it's variable, the variable speed of light and all that, but why this amplitude? You know, that's what I want to come up with. Now I am not gonna be able to stop working on it until I get it out of my head. You know.
I've done some experiments before with low powered lasers, and when you add smoke in front of it, you can see the laser light. But now the laser's getting altered by that, I guess, resistance or differential in the pathway of light of the photons going through space, which alters that frequency. It's like the beam is going straight, it's in a certain frequency. But if anything, say like fog or something that would come in contact with that frequency boundaries, it would alter it and maybe even alter speed or create a resistance there that could alter C, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mike's comment right there, right under where you're at, right there. It might be in that area in physics. I was watching that a lot this last week, so I think Mike's probably got it right there. It's one of those formulas in there.
Well, where? Which?
He just put up the comment.
Here, I'll put
it has to do with the gas get excited at different rates and the speed of vibrational excitement rate. So I believe there was a formula for that one, and I can't remember off the top of my head what it was.
Okay.
Can you guys see it? The laser light, which you're explaining, smoke.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's diffracting the signal like into. Is it because the smoke has less density than the laser light, or more, and is able to do that?
I think it has more density than the air.
Yeah, and like I was showing the other day, light is because of the momentum of the of light. It's pushing, kind of pushing the smoke particles, like I showed. That explains the radio meter experiment.
Yeah, so like photon, is not physical matter, but now if the photon is now hitting a physical mass, then it changes, right?
Yeah. So, but in the case of the radio meter, you have a white and a black fin. The white fin reflects light, so it kind of cancels the effect. So it has no effect on the white fin, but the black fin, the air particle are being pushed on the black fin, which in turn pushes away makes the radio meter spinning.
So if you use a black light, would it change on the white surface?
A black light, yeah, like infrared light.
Kind of like Gone in 60 Seconds. To use a black light in order to see different things on the wall.
Oh yeah,
the spectrum, the spectrum of light.
Yeah.
It'd just be interesting if you ever come across one. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it should do the same with the black light. Yeah, I think so, but I need to test it. So yeah, that's pretty much it on my end. So if you have any questions, let me know. Or if I come up with an equation, I'll bring it back next week or on your show, Nathan, or something like that.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good. Ben, did you had anything you wanted to present or?
Oh, by the way, Ben, I talked to Gerald last week, and I asked. Apparently, he has a spherical coil. Have you thought of doing something like that as well? I think it's a spherical coil, but using the wire on the longitude, not the latitude. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool, because a toroid. I was thinking about that because a toroid um, has a circular magnetic field, but if you squeeze it, I was thinking if you squeeze it into a spherical coil with longitudinal wires, then the energy at the middle, at the center of the sphere, will be pretty great. Pretty much amplified. Exactly. You compress all the energy at the center.
I wonder if you put
Yeah.
if you drop an object in the center of it, would it disappear?
Yeah.
I mean, it's you're like the counter space where what happens there. You know, I mean, if it's big enough, like drop an object, see what happens. It would be really interesting to actually see what happens to it. Like does it travel to a little bit further? Does it completely there? Does it how about like something that actually like a walkie-talkie? Just one thing from whatever it could possibly not measure as a means of communication, and then you know. So it's like different echo reflector, or
Halloween.
Yeah.
Make your pumpkins talk.
Make the kid cry.
Halloween.
Oh man. Put a guy in a black suit over there. Make him look like he's a watcher. And just make voices come out of him. That's great.
And
My bad, guys. Yeah, I muted myself on my channel, I guess.
Do you like my new background?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Live chat is open, everybody. It's going good right now.
Is
Lulu, you
Faraday
have any?
your grandfather? Sorry, is Faraday
Yeah.
your grandfather?
Yeah, he's my grandfather.
That's funny.
Grandpa Faraday.
Yeah. So
yeah, Ben, when you get it in resonance, just drop things through the hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so yeah, I definitely want to test some of that 3D surround sound effect though. That's going to be interesting because I've already kind of heard it. You know, I've attached a small kind of pot, like not a true parabola, but a pot, and I've heard it like it sounded like it was coming from a different space. You know, it was really weird. Like I'm looking at the fan that I'm using on the load, and I'm like putting my ear up to it. I was like, is that the fan making that noise? It was really weird.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Another thing that's interesting about the Christmas coil. I'm sorry, you were saying?
I said it's interesting how electrical, you know, it could mean different, you know, oscillations, either combined or resonance, or, you know, but yeah, so it's interesting how to isolate what energy field, you know, it's going through that, like whether it's straight or is it a resonant energy, you know, like it just depends on the echo of the oscillations.
Right. And the coil itself is a resonance chamber. And that's one of the reasons why, because I came up like 5 inches short on the Christmas coil. So it's like 99% of the geometry necessary. So it should be enough. But I can't just like solder on another extension, because at that point we're changing the frequency and we're kind of splitting it. We're creating two frequencies. It's called frequency splitting. And then when you introduce a second frequency, it can have unpredictable effects with this coil. So that's one of the reasons why, like, it's not like a traditional transformer where you could just solder on an extension if you're, you know, a little bit short. But what I was going to say is the Christmas coil, even though it is a tiny bit short on that last wind for the interference pattern, it's 99% of the geometry, so it should still be enough to get some interesting effect. But I did do preliminary testing on the induction method that I normally get 155% efficiency with the Mark I. That, remember, the Mark I is only utilizing 22 wires because one of them broke and I disconnected one to even it out. So this is utilizing 24. And I always thought that the Mark I might be doing something different, something that most rodent coils aren't really doing that I've seen based on First Stop Energy's design. And I think that's just being proven by the fact that this new coil, which is 24 wires, and they're fully functional, you know, 12 wires each channel, it is not getting over unity in that same resonance area, but the waveform is nearly identical, but you don't see the transient spikes that are really necessary for that back EMF. So it's very interesting, and I think it's kind of notes that the Mark I is doing something original. In the sense that it might tell us what the limitations are for the system, and if it really does in fact operate as a non-linear expansion of energy, in the sense that, you know, certain number combinations of turns rather than the number of turns themselves matter more. Where we have 24 turns, those are 12 turns each, which reduce down to 3 in vortex math, and 24 reduces back to 6. right? 3 and 6, you're oscillating between the 9, which is radiant energy. So these numbers, you know, they're not just random. They all matter. And I believe that we're in the process of painting a full picture of the limitations and possibilities of the rodent coil now.
So one thing I have noticed with the rodent coil, getting the back EMF, you can greatly enhance that by inductance. There has to be inductance in that coil.
And that's the weird thing, because the inductance method that I use to get over unity in the Mark I doesn't work for the other coils, the Fireball or Christmas coil, right? And that's simply just, you know, taking channel A as the input and channel B, which is lying on top of it, as the output, you know?
Right.
And
Now,
that's not how people are usually getting an over unity effect, but I am. And that's very unusual.
Now, one thing that you could try, and I've never seen anybody do this with the rodent coil, is get a small piece of iron core and put it in one area on the inside of the toroid, not in the center hole where the 0 point is. I'm talking in between where the windings are.
Yeah, like on the center disc frame.
Right. Inside one of those discs, put a little piece of, a welding rod or any kind of a little bit. You don't need much, maybe about an inch long and maybe a half-inch diameter, and just stick it in one of those ribs and see if that makes a difference on your inductance and the actual back EMF that you're getting off it. I suspect it will increase if you put a small core in one section of one of the ribs.
Yeah, maybe it just needs a little boost or a kickstart from the iron.
Or you could go further, put one in front, back, east, west. So north, south, east, west.
Does it matter the shape of the actual iron core, or just a bit of iron?
No, it could be a steel ball.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just trying to figure out different areas I can source material that's not always going to be an ideal geometry for these recycled materials.
But I think what I'm telling you, if you do them in opposite directions, you create a balance.
Right. That's why I'm saying put one at north, south, and then east and west on either side. And just small. They don't have to be big. They could be, half-inch diameter, 1 inch long. And just put it in those 4 strategic locations, and then do your test. I would put money on it that your inductance will increase, and number 2, your back EMF is going to go quite a bit higher than basically a coreless core or coreless coil, right?
Yeah, air coil. Yeah. No, that's a very good idea. I'm gonna write that down. Let me write
Just
that down.
Just food for thought. Try it out. I've never seen anybody do it. I've never seen anybody do it. It would be interesting to see if there's anything to that.
Yeah, zip tie through a copper rod would do it.
Right.
That'll hold it right in place.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be metal. Doesn't matter what kind you use, I guess.
I think the inductance is going to go up quite a bit. And number 2, I think your back EMF spike is going to increase quite a bit.
Nice.
So the roding coil with is that what you're using?
Yes. Yeah, we're using the rodent coil, basically a type of torus shaped coil. Here's one. Here's a frame. There's a good frame.
Yeah. So, just put it right where the lateral part of, right where it connects all those discs together, right in that spot there, stick something metal in one of those discs.
So I tried to wind.
Do it in 4 spots: north, south, east, west.
Right, like right here. Here.
Right.
But I tried to wind this one for you guys. Unfortunately, you can see the spokes. We're trying different things, Michael and I, and he has been trying different things with the frames, and unfortunately, this one, it's making me see like why First Stop Energy's advanced version 3 coil has these long spokes and just a little slit. So I just, as much as I tried, and I even glued it at some points, I couldn't get the wire to stay as I wound this. And that's really what the long slits come in for. You put them in that long, tiny slit, and they stay in there while you're winding it. So I can actually pull up an image of what it should look like for anybody trying to wind a small rodent coil, because those are nearly impossible. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, I would try that, Ben. I'd be really curious to see how that would look.
Okay, so let me present this real quick so you can.
You got something you want to show? Or?
Oh, yeah. So this is just a picture, and this is it's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see how there's just a tiny slit, and they're really long. The frame here, I'll pull up another. Actually, let me pull up.
Here, I put it into full screen there.
Can you scroll on your mouse, Ben, and get it closer?
Oh yeah, let me try to zoom in.
Like a zoom in. Yeah.
There we go.
That's it.
Okay, yeah. So you see how they're kind of like just long spokes with a tiny slit? So you want them to come up quite a bit and just provide just a tiny slit for the wire, because as you're going, this is going to be necessary to hold the wire in place, as opposed to something that's kind of loose, like the one that I was trying to wind here. But as you can see, this is something that I pulled from the Wayback Machine, and this is from an earlier version of First Stop Energies and their shop. And we can see why they called it the version 3 versus the version 2 over here, which has 2 channels. And it's the same frame, only this is 2 channels and this is 3 channels. So it's very, very interesting. Designed by First Stop Energies. This is their most advanced design here, the version 3. And,
yeah, it looks like hell to wrap that thing.
It requires it's going to require a tremendous amount of patience.
I would be bald by the time I finished doing that. Seriously.
And they actually did sell these like fully wound and stuff for what was it? I think it says what does it say? $200 there? Oh no, $6.99 for fully wound. $4.99 for the 2 channel. So the $200 just for the frame,
Just for the frame.
Yeah. They're very. I mean, they spent 10 years perfecting their frame designs and their coil design. So like, these are like the top of the line coils, and you can't really get these anymore. You can only try to replicate them.
Yeah.
And the magnetic field is spinning at the center, or what's going on?
So we're not quite sure the exact difference, and we won't really know until we just test these out. The difference, but we're assuming the difference is in the field geometry, right? Since these are delicately placed on top of one another, you're not just scrambling them in a twisted multifiler hoping that the fields condense enough. You're condensing them very methodically and intentionally in a very specific pattern. You know what? I guess that's the easiest way I can understand it to this point.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe that prevents leaks or, imperfections. I'm not quite sure, but I'm hopeful that we'll learn a great deal more once we get one of these things actually running. So, but you can see the difference between that and this one, which is really loose and tiny spokes. So it's, it was really hard for me to wind. So unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to wind this one. But it is a nice, mantelpiece. I might paint it,
I found this model. It's supposed to be the model for planet Earth, but like a paper puzzle.
Oh, neat.
Look, it has like the hollow core, the like the little holding top.
Your audio is kind of breaking up there, Lulu.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
Anyway, I just wanted to show you this. If this would work, would be good for anybody that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. The spherical coil with wired on the longitude. That's exactly what I meant. Something like that.
And this one has like 12 of them. But
Yeah. So what about you, Mike? How's your over Unity device going?
It's going really good. I built 2 large versions of the power cell, and they're hooked up to the cycling circuit. They're working good. They're at full power. I plan to make more of them this week. I've also worked on a little cell here that is eventually I'm going to make into a cell phone charger. So, an infinite power source for your cell phone.
Nice.
So I built this cell in about 30 minutes, and I fired it up last night, and it's still going. But I kind of used like old magnesium in it. So when I built a new unit,
cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it's running a 12-volt chaser light. It takes about 300 milliamps to run it. Yeah, it's working pretty good, better than I expected. So I figured out the see with the back with the Hutchison the crystal cell. He was never able to hook it up in series and multiply the power. With this type of cell, you can. That's one big fault with the Hutchison cell. They could only go to a certain point. I think the highest they were able to go to is about, I think, 4 volts. And then after that, for some reason, you can't multiply the power any higher. It won't go. But I've gone as high as 18 volts with the cells that I'm building. So they're very easily to multiply in power. Yeah, it's I've worked on this for about 2.5 years on the sidelines, and now I'm getting pretty serious with it. Me and my partner, he's dumped in about $9,000 into this stuff. So, yeah, there's a lot of money involved, but all that money is all R&D. We haven't made a cent off this stuff yet. So this is all R&D.
Yeah, same thing with me over the years.
This is still like shoestring budget. It's not, we're not playing with $500,000 or $10 million budget for R&D. We're just out in the small thousands, right? So
yeah, but the demand is there. I mean, even me, I'm looking forward to buy your stuff as soon as it's ready.
And the fact that you can do what you're doing, Mike, on a shoestring budget is a testament to your technology. That's really incredible.
Yeah, because everybody's asking me questions, and I understand that. A lot of stuff of what I'm working on right now is already out there. If you look at Quantum Magnetics YouTube channel, Michael Kantz passed away in 2021, right? So he put out videos about these power cells. So basically, what Michael Kantz has done, I'm trying to replicate and actually go a little bit further with. So, there is some literature out there. It's very limited. We've been trying to decrypt, because he was kind of cryptic in a lot of the videos and some of the stuff he's written. So we're kind of trying to decrypt what he was talking about and figuring out, and the one big thing he said is all the elements of the cell are household items. That keeps ringing in the back of my head. All the elements that he uses in the cells are household items. Okay, so there's a little. It's not so much. It's one thing of what's in it, but also what's incredibly important is building method. Actually, how to actually construct the cell, what components you need, how to do it effectively and cost effective. Because like for us to build a cell, and if it costs us $200 to build one cell, well, that's not really cost effective. It'll be out of the price range of most people. So we're trying to keep the cost under $50. And if we can achieve that and achieve our objective of having a cell that could last 5 years, then we've done it. So our goal is to keep the cell at $50 to cost, like to actually build from beginning to finish. Obviously, down the road, we put a markup on it and make some money off it. But that's like any other company. You're gonna mark it up 20, 25%, right? Markup. Some people even go higher in markup. But right now, the key is what's in the cell, how the cell works, building method, and cost. So we're trying to get all that right. So as soon as we get all that right, then we take it to the next step.
Yeah. But you won't have to spend a lot on marketing because it's going to sell like hot breads.
Well, see, I'm kind of leaving that to my partner. He has a lot of avenues how to get it out into industry covertly. So it's not like it's going to make the headline news, because that's actually what we don't want to happen, because then people could go after us, right? So we don't want to set ourselves up and hit certain industries that could take the device and actually utilize it to actually say, for instance, like a greenhouse, right? Power a greenhouse during the winter with not having to pay for the power, right? So instead of having, 3 or 4 months of the year of food production, now you can have it all year round. If you have a heat source or a light source in a greenhouse, that you can sustain a crop. And especially in the day and age that we live in, where food has gone through the roof, inflation is, well, we're in hyperinflation. Things are getting hard. A lot of people can't put food on the table because it costs too much. It's either, okay, am I going to heat my house this winter, or am I going to eat?
Yeah.
So, we're in kind of rough times right now, worldwide economically. It's not very good. So.
Oh, have you heard North Korea is wants to initiate war against Ukraine or something like that, and they want to use.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's real smart.
So it's not that stuff is not over yet. Far from over.
Well, as far as I know, they're starting to provide arms to the Russian army now. So they're building munitions and stuff like that for the Russian forces. So they've gone to now another thing. But the problem is, if the U.S. were to send, say, missiles to the Ukraine, well, the Russians will say, okay, well, that is a declaration of war, because now you're sending your arms into the country, and then they're going to use them to attack Russia. Yeah. And Putin says straight out, he says, if you guys do that, we're pulling the trigger. And
it all depends on who wins this election.
Yeah. I'd like to get into that deeper, but because I got already a strike, I have to be careful. I don't want to get too political in this, but I love to. But we would have to do it on, say, like Rumble, unfortunately. Yeah. So we'll just have to leave it at that. Kind of sucks, but that's just the reality now.
So after 3 strikes, did they ban you or something?
No, they'll strip my whole channel right off. It happened to Bernie twice. Remember? Bernie got taken off a couple of times there. So he had 3 strikes. He had, I guess, some bots or whatever going into his chat and posting porn. So automatically YouTube flags it. Bernie will tell you all about it. If you talk to Bernie, ask him about that, what happened to him. So, yeah.
So you got a full strike or a warning?
Oh, he got 3 strikes and he got taken out.
No, you.
Oh, me? No, I got a warning. So the next time will be a strike. So I was borderline. I was given a warning shot.
Gotcha.
So
you got 90 days in a class to take.
Yeah.
Mad class.
Well, that's if you want. That's if you want to fight it, right? You don't.
No. It's you take the class and then they remove it in 90 days. The warning. The class is like 10 questions or 12 questions, real simple. And if you don't do anything, the warning stays.
Right.
In order to get rid of it in 90 days, you have to do the simple little class they have.
Yeah. Just like a DUI, you gotta go to the mad class.
It's not as painful. Let me just tell you that right now. The class is like, I want to say less than 5-6 minutes. It's real quick. The DUI class is days and days. That's a nightmare.
Do they give you the reason for the strike, or is it just they say it's a strike?
Well, the one was talking about health, and the other one it was when we were starting to talk about religion. They flagged that too.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't. They're like, oh wow.
That's how bad it's getting. You can't even talk about religion now.
Well, what if you believe
that part's crazy?
Well, what if you believe that science is religion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but what if you say that Einstein was wrong? Are you gonna get flagged?
Whatever it was, they flagged it, right? I was surprised because originally I thought it was just about talking about the health, and then they got into the second part of the letter and said, due to your comments on religious beliefs and all this kind of stuff, bullshit, basically. They nailed me on both those things. It's like, what? Really? We didn't. It's not like we were starting a religious cult.
It's not normal to reference things such as like iconic imagery that relates to some scientific notation.
Exactly. So stuff like that will get flagged.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. So obviously we're being watched in certain aspects. They're because I guess we're stirring up the pot, I guess, in the free energy area. We're obviously going to be targets. They could target Nathan. They could target
they're waiting for excuses to take you down.
Yeah, for sure. They're just waiting. They're just like, we're waiting.
Yeah.
But how few are in this field. If they want to have science preserved in individuals, it's a very small community, that is trying to keep this science alive, or existing. Billion people.
It just shows the level of how they like to censor stuff now. So I got my, I have my stuff on. I'm not too worried. If I were to actually get kicked off YouTube, okay, fine, it happened. It sucked, but I still have Rumble. I got X. I got other platforms. Another one I'm looking into is called Kicks.com. That's a streaming service. So, you can't always put all your eggs in one basket. You have to spread yourself out. I have even an Instagram account. I got a presence on Facebook as well. So, if that day were to come, I get the axe on YouTube. Okay, whatever. There's other options now, right? So.
Yeah, now I see why the creators get their own website. They get their email addresses, and they keep in communication with them, and they always have a backup plan.
But that's proof. That's proof that they're linked with the banks or something, because they don't want innovation. They're against innovation, and that's they don't want innovation because it breaks us out of the being in debt for our whole lives. You know what I mean? And then paying credit cards every month and all that.
I think it's to keep us isolated from being able to connect to the outer world and actually putting this whole idea to outside of the banking system.
Yeah, the banking system, they just want Want us to
Just,
pay interest.
I'm just gonna scoot out for a quick smoke, guys. Just carry on, and I'll be right back.
Because most like grants, loans, things have to cycle through the financial system, but our communication kind of bypasses that. You understand? Like
Yeah, but again, they're waiting for excuses to take us down. So we have to watch. I want to cooperate and collaborate with Mike here. I don't want to, I don't want to worsen the situation for him.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I agree.
I mean, he's a big shot in a big department now, for science of some kind. So yes, we don't want to mess that up for him.
Yeah, and yeah, so yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they want you to keep you to simple experiments that they can, shove in the corner a little bit. Nothing too fancy for them. They don't want any of that. They want to dull you down.
I really like his infinite battery idea, like the cell. I mean,
Yeah.
this like I know he wants to go into big production, but it would work so well if he makes a few custom ones, and and sell them at really cool prices. I mean, they do make them are a little bit more expensive than the commercial ones, and
Maybe
that
we can test it out on ourselves.
yeah, absolutely. I have 4 kids. If I buy 4 of this from him, do you know how many other kids are going to be like, "Oh my God, what is this? So cool. Where did you get this? Can you tell me what the website is?" It becomes you start it small with a few people, but you will the science will once the younger generation picks up on that, man,
Yeah.
they do the whole for the inventors, because they're introducing it now to the schools, to their science teacher, to their
Yeah, and that's what kids want. They want to have a cool reputation, so they're gonna bring that cool new stuff, and it's gonna help having that cool little reputation that they seek.
I mean, can you imagine them trying to explain an infinite battery that produces energy all the time?
Yeah.
He's gonna throw upside down on everything that the teacher is trying to teach them.
Yeah, I mean,
That's right.
in a different way, and let the younger generation ask the questions sometimes.
Yeah.
And right.
Yeah, well, they already took the good stuff out of school. You know what I mean? They take all the experiments out of school, and then they take home ec out of school. Everything to make yourself self-sufficient, they've taken out of school. And they've dulled it to a point where they don't even give you grades anymore. It's just ridiculous. It's like just show up and we get paid, and that's it.
Yeah, what's up with that? You're not preparing your kids to face reality when they're gonna get out of school and they get on the commercial market. They're not gonna be ready. Nobody's gonna hire you if you don't care about your performance at work.
I was driving the kids to a theater. They have some play tonight, and I was listening to them talk in the car with their they had a friend with them in the car, and oh my God, they're talking about a particular teacher in their school and and when and I'm just listening. I mean, I don't want to interrupt them because I don't want to collapse their wave function if but I'm like, oh my God, the system is so bad. They're not, it's not how it used to be. It used to be a different thing. I mean, I went to
Yeah.
school.
Remember back in the 90s when the mainstream rock music was all about being against the authority and the government and things like that. That was awesome,
Yeah.
Yeah. And now it's like being a sheep is the mainstream,
Yeah, no kidding.
I think they've conditioned children to the point where they see it's not worth contesting anything because it doesn't.
Yeah, they don't create the critical mindset. So I think for me, I think they're they're watering the wine. They're kind of turning the younger generation into sheep, so they're gonna get. We'll be more vulnerable, if we get attacked. Nobody, these kids, they're not gonna want to go to war or anything like that. They're not gonna, they're not gonna go in the army, or the military.
Well, you're right. The major interest is not in inventors; it's in a working class that follows orders, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
System protocols, and have no rights in asking any questions. And if they do try to invent a new, system, they're really fought against, or not enough information is given to them, and they leave them in this unfinished puzzle just because they don't want to divulge any progressive information for people to start inventing things, so they cap them at information level.
Exactly.
It's like there's certain subjects like this is, you really have to go to a specific field to understand it, and sometimes it's very simple things, but they don't want to spend that energy.
Yeah, I'm afraid of the legacy. I think because they will be vulnerable. We'll be when we'll be in wheelchairs. When we'll get older, we'll be in wheelchairs, and the younger generation might fail to defend us. I mean, I look at China. They're if they don't perform every day, they just commit suicide and things like that. So, no, I cannot say that keyword. Sorry, but they need to perform every day. So otherwise, they're gonna get in trouble. So it's kind of the opposite over there in China. They need to be very performant every day, and I think that's what scares me. I mean, if we have a generation of sheeps, and on the other hand, they perform every day, and to the point they're enslaving their inmates and things like that. So it's kind of a dangerous for us. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Well, there's other channels out there that do streaming and stuff like X and what do you call the other channel? Got a brain fart. What's the other one? Rumble.
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
yeah, but what's the goal of YouTube? What's the advantage of YouTube over Rumble? There's more people, I guess.
Yeah, viewers.
Yeah, it's viewers, and the most viewers are girls from the ages of like 4 to like 16. That's where huge traffic. Like you look at some of these sites of kids that are like 8 years old, and they're getting like 30, 40 million views. Like that's unbelievable. And then like say in the free energy stuff, you see all the fake stuff. They're getting 10, 20,000, 100,000 views. They'll promote that.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
There was one in Africa. He was I forgot the name, but he pretended to have invented anti-gravity device in the middle of nowhere, and the guy is the same thing with the Gravity Flyer guy. I mean, they got like millions of views, and we don't even know if it's true or not. Whereas in your case, everything is true. Same for me, and same for our partners, and we keep being shadow banned and being striked out and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should just create something absurd that we know is just junk, and it'll get millions of views.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how we do it. We put our faces on the side of it, make it look bad. Get a junky old truck, and we'll say we're driving it with this engine, and we'll just have like a chicken cranking it in the back.
Or
Yeah.
or what I'll do is I'll get my wife to drive the car while I'm on the hood of the car.
There you go.
And I'll jump
Mike's the
off.
engine.
Yeah, I'll jump off the car while she's driving, and then my wife's looking at me funny now. But
Free chicken energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, there's one. I'll get an old car. I'll strip the engine out, and I'll put one of those hamster wheels. And that'll be my energy device. I'll have a little hamster running in the wheel.
Dude, it would. That's so funny, but it's so true that it would get 1 million views.
It would, because it's so absurd.
Oh, it's like a bunch of cats pulling a chariot. Anything dumb, the kids are, oh my god, that's gotta work.
Yeah, the land of the stupid.
Yeah, that's so bad.
They're not into wanting to learn how things are. They're like, remember, kids are into the popularity thing or the what's in the now, not like, oh, what I could do, what is in the now, I don't know if it's a segment in age that this is, how they index what is important for them. Like how do they spend their time? Our generation, remember, was a bit different in our, father's generation. We did not have the accessibility of technology like they do. So, our time was more of a time we had to be doing things to entertain ourselves, whether it's building things or figuring out how things work. We were in that generation. Like, let me call my friend on my private cell phone or and have a conversation. You had a phone. You would be lucky if you had. It's for the whole house. Where's alone? So we lived through that, but the new generation doesn't even know what that is.
Yeah, it just takes 30 years to change a generation, and that's exactly the timing we're experiencing right now. It was completely different 30 years ago, and now it's completely upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the genie in the bottle that was opened. Now they're trying to control the genie. That's true.
Yeah.
They never thought about this in 1995, what we're doing right now. Back in the 1900s, all the publications were controlled by the Rockefellers. They controlled most of the popular anything that was printable, any kind of media, they controlled it. Now we're in an age where the average Joe Blow like us, we're on the computer chatting with God knows how many people, talking about the stuff that interests us. They never thought that was possible. And look where we are now.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't sit through the AOL dial-up where the rest of us did.
Yeah, I was there.
AOL,
ICQ. I used that was my first chat board. The ICQ. Remember that?
Yeah. We had what was it? King's Quest and Space Quest.
Yeah.
But I kept typing in things for the guy to do, and it says you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like you didn't type it in just right.
Eat table and you can't do that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Every time.
Yeah. Space Quest was pretty awesome though. Remember we had to go in the washing machine to change your clothes?
Yeah. Oh man. Leisure Suit Larry. Oh man. The things they came out with back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was kind of cool to be a part of it because that's history that we were part of. The beginning of the internet, the cell phone era.
But that was the cool thing because the graphics were not that good back then, but we it's like reading a book, you know. It puts space to your imagination to
Like,
imagine.
Just like playing some of the old PC games from the early 1990s, you know, like just pre-internet, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a little Nintendo thing. It has Pac-Man on it, and Donkey Kong. A lot of these games, kids today won't know about it, but for us, that was like, you know, the best games out there at the time. You know, cheap graphics. You know, it kind of has the nostalgia, right?
Yeah, but it puts space to your imagination and creative thinking and things like that. To the point I played the Unreal Tournament. I was playing until Unreal Tournament 99 came out.
Yeah,
It was
Unreal
pretty
Tournament.
awesome.
Yeah, I was playing that. That was one of my favorite games back then.
Yeah.
Unreal Tournament and the other Counter Strike. I was a huge Counter Strike guy.
Yeah.
I was even doing coding. I was making actual boards to play on. So me and my buddy were right into it, and we're talking online at this is around 1999, right around that time frame.
Yeah.
And me and him were right into the Counter-Strike stuff. We were doing code and all that stuff and making boards and doing game servers and stuff like this. And yeah, it was great. That was a really cool time.
Do you guys remember landmines where you like clicked on it and gave you like a bunch?
Yeah, Landmine. It was called Landmine.
That's it. Yeah, that was a really cool one.
So what was it? Contra, when you played it on the N64, it was up down, left right, BA select start, and you got unlimited lives.
30 lives, something.
Yeah,
there were hacks. Yeah.
I like that game.
Yeah.
See, I remember when Steam first came out. That's when we were doing the Counter-Strike thing, and we were starting our own servers, right? So we could control all the parameters of the server. You know, how many lives you had, you know, and we were finding out guys were actually doing hacks to actually win games. So it all had to do with the latency. What they did was all the channel data that was coming into your server, what they did was they put a resistor on the I guess on the network cable coming into your server. So if they were going to take a shot at you, there would be a 0.3 second delay on his shot where you had a 3 second advantage.
Yeah, time to move away.
Right, because the data was coming into your server on that channel.
Of course. No wonder how they cheated all the time to win.
Yeah, that's how they did it. Yeah, they controlled the latency of the data coming from their computer into your server. So because of that little delay, you always had that edge where you could actually beat them.
What did you edit the time for a day in advance? Then what happened? Like, you know, your whole transmission would have a completely different timestamp on it just by editing.
Well, we would be in, our server that we would have would be in real time, but their communications between our server and them, there would be a latency. It would be slower. So our reaction time will always trump his reaction time. Right?
Yeah, is your first. Yes.
Yeah. So those were some of the hacks that were going on back then. This is like 1999, before the 2000s. So,
yeah.
I remember this game like in the 2000s. It used to be called Farmville. You guys know that?
Ultima. Remember Ultima?
And this thing was it.
We lost her.
Did we lose her? I don't know if she's still on, but lost her.
Yeah, went blank.
That's weird.
Yeah, we used to play Pitfall on the Atari.
Pitfall. Yeah.
Pitfall, yeah.
Yeah, the little alligator or Zelda. Where
Zelda was
you had that
one.
little knife and you like that.
Zelda. And all the Mario Brothers were coming out. And
Yeah.
Mario Brothers. What was the other one?
Or Galaga.
Galaga. Yeah, that was my brother's favorite game. Galaga. Yeah. I had Frogger. I liked Frogger.
Oh, yeah.
Centipede.
Centipede. Yeah, that was another one. Yeah.
We played Maze Craze too.
What was the one with the little ball and then it's like the tennis
Pong?
Yeah, like
Pong.
ping pong. Yeah.
Or Popeye.
Yeah.
They made a Pac-Man and it was the generic version for your Atari. It never was the right thing.
Yeah. I got that on the little Nintendo thing that we have. It's like this big. It's a small box. It's got like 400 games on it. The original.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's great.
And an emulator.
Yeah, it's basically emulator. Yeah. But it can. It's like got like 400 games on it. The original gateway games that were coming out.
Yeah, I still play Civilization on the 360.
Impossible Mission. That was another one I liked.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Yeah, fun times.
Yeah.
Always fun times.
Yeah, I was half my age I am now. That was over 25 years ago. Yeah, 25 years, yeah.
How old are you now?
I'll be 52 next year.
Oh, 52. I'm just 47.
Yeah, I'm the old fart. We got the old man builds, but I'm older than the old man.
That's right. You got me.
Which is what?
48.
40. Oh, just a year older than me.
So I'm older than old.
I'm the junior here. The junior. I'm the cadet.
The cadet.
Well, you graduated from old man to got old man balls on your shirt. You know what I mean?
That's right.
I haven't graduated that far yet. I need to get the shirt.
Fart. I'm old fart now. When you hit 50, it's old fart.
Oh. Yeah. Imagine me changing my channel name. They never let me do that.
George Carlin had the best one on being old. Yeah. I'd play that on here, but it's a family show.
George Carlin was funny, man. Old school.
I can't believe he died in 2008.
Yeah.
He's been gone that long.
Well, what's crazy is all the shows that we watched back in the 80s, all those people are dying off right now.
They're starting to, yeah. Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Actually, I seen just recently on TV Sylvester Stallone. He looks so good for his age. He's like 75 years old. He looks really good.
He's
still built.
Is it me or he wants to do another Rocky movie?
Yeah, he talked about another Rocky movie.
Yeah, the comeback of the how do you say that? The comeback of the Russian guy, the Ivan Drago. I think he's gonna fight again against him. I'm not sure. I just saw that quickly.
Yeah. Well, that'd be cool. I don't know. They're both kind of old now, but
yeah.
I don't know, man. I think he's gonna come out of his grave and do another Rocky. He's not gonna stop. Like,
actually, I think Sylvester Stallone looks better shape than Arnold. I think Arnold looks worse.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm sure Arnold took a lot of creatine and like
other stuff.
Other stuff.
Well, he was also like what 350 pounds, or really big, and like Stallone never got that big. He never.
No, Stallone. Know how tall Stallone is? He's only 5'5".
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Arnold's like 6'3" or 6'4".
Yeah.
I saw that.
I think he was like 260 or 270 pounds when he was at his biggest. Yeah.
Go ahead, Lulu. What were you saying?
I was saying, like it's a cool movie, but my God, they it's a good movie. It's about or I don't want to spoil it, but it's a good movie.
Which one was it?
The one with the Sylvester and Arnold.
What, Predator?
No, it was recently on Netflix. It was the that they escaped from
Expendables.
Yeah, like maximum security, like prison. One of them has a job.
Oh yeah. Escape plan or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like this is really recent. So they're both in it. So it was a good movie.
Yeah, I watched that one. I like that one. I wanted to watch that one where they talked about time travel, and there were the kids in the basement, and they found their parents.
It's called Nalmanac.
There you go. I want to see that one. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I watched that a few times. That's really good. And another good movie, if you like real good sci-fi, Lucy.
I saw that one.
Yeah, that's a great movie. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping the Ghost in the Machine was better than it was, to be honest with you. So I kind of like those things, but they never go far enough. They never go into the tech, and they never make things like in your universe realistic. It's always somewhere far, far away, and I don't like that.
Yeah. Nalmanac was good. That was more of a believable type movie.
Yeah.
Lucy is kind of real sci-fi, but nonetheless, it was a good concept to a movie.
Yeah.
I like sci-fi because each one gives you a new idea. Like of really, maybe it could be possible, not necessarily like the whole storyline, but just bits and pieces out of it. Like it's like, oh wow, really? Like you learn something from them.
Well, I like on the internet, on YouTube, they have some stories on there. And I guess they're like podcast stories, but it's always about Earth and aliens, and they're fighting. And they always tell you don't mess with the Earthling because they never stop, while other cultures do. And it was just something really cool to play in the background as you're soldering stuff up.
Yeah.
So, man, what is that? Sounds like somebody's outside in the wind, man.
Oh yeah, it's my wife playing Netflix again.
Oh, it sounded like that outside earlier, like it was a windy day, man. And it was crazy. I hear all kinds of stuff in my garage.
14 degrees. That's brutal, really.
It's 7 degrees Celsius in Toronto right now.
Oh wow, man, that's cold.
Yeah, we'll probably get some frost tonight. Are you getting frost there, Philip?
It's 10 Celsius right now in Montreal.
Oh wow, we're colder than you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't go outside all week long, but last week it was starting getting cold already. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be cold this winter.
Yeah, we had a mild winter last year. I think this year's gonna be quite a bit cooler.
Yeah. So get ready. Get ready to stay inside.
Yeah. Not me. I got to get up at 6 o'clock every morning, jump into a freezing icebox car, start the car up, turn on my seat heater, get the heat going, put on the defroster, defrost the windows, and then go.
Yeah. Oh, so glad California. It really doesn't get snow. It's not like that.
Get a remote starter. If you get a remote starter, like you could start your car from inside, so you don't have air like all warm and toasty.
Yeah.
But me, I like winter, but not as much as I got some friends who go to ski all the time. But me, I like to play hockey, but to go skiing and dealing with minus 40 is not really doesn't really interest me. It depends on people. Some people like it. Me, I prefer warm temperature, but some people really like cold temperature, I guess.
Not me. No, thank you.
As soon as it goes below -10, that's when my body hurts. The cold just goes like right through you, and then you get outside and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Well, when I was in high school, I didn't wear a hat because I wanted to look cool, but my ears were not covered, and a blood vessel kind of busted inside my ear. Man, it really hurts.
Yeah, you got probably frostbite.
Yeah,
exactly. So when are you coming, Nathan?
Oh, when it's summertime out there for you guys, that's when I'll come out there. It's bad enough I hate getting on planes, so that's going to be an adventure in itself. Then when I get out there, I probably don't want to get on a plane right away. So I'm going to have to figure out how to stay down there for a while, or stay up there, I should say, for a while. So, yeah.
Are you native in California? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay. So you never get out of here? Yeah, I mean, you don't have any reasons to get out of there?
No, it's a few earthquake once in a while, but we don't have floods. We don't have hurricanes, nothing like that. We get a whirlwind, but not a tornado.
There are forest fires once in a while.
Oh, they're all the time.
Yeah.
They're all the time. And they're not that far, I mean, they're over the hill from my house. So probably about, 60, 70 miles at the closest is where they get. So it gets all nasty smelling outside a lot. So you have to really filter everything and never leave your windows open.
Yeah.
But then again, my neighbor thinks it's like 40 below every day. So he throws things in his wood fireplace every day, even if it's like 70 degrees outside, or even when it's 90, sometimes I'll see it. And it's like, are you kidding me, dude? Seriously? I can't even leave a window open in my house, dude.
Yeah.
So, it's so frustrating. And it's like, didn't they outlaw this stuff in California so I don't have to smell it anymore? And just, I don't like it at all. It's not like, if I go to Tahoe and there's like snow on the ground, dude, totally understand it. You know what I mean? It's cold. But where I'm at, I'm in the valley, man. It's nothing but sun. We're in a desert. I'm like,
are you like near, like, say, Burbank, or whereabouts are you?
I'm right in the valley. So I'm in like Corona, Temecula area. So how do I want to say this? If you're in Orange County,
right,
all you got to do is go east about 40, 50 miles, and that's where I'm at.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I was in Venice, Venice Beach. Where's the other one? Santa Monica.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like Santa Monica. That's a nice area.
I've been to Anaheim to see some shows over there. Seven Dust, actually. Anaheim is a nice place too.
Yeah, about 40 minutes from Anaheim.
Oh, yeah. East of Anaheim, is that it?
Like southeast, yeah.
Okay.
Hollywood's kind of weird. It's either you have a good area or a bad area. It's kind of
my area is good. It's they put in all new homes everywhere. I used to live in an area where there's nothing but dirt fields. Now it's track homes everywhere, but they actually did a nice job on the streets and stuff, so they're nice and wide. Yeah. So it's not all cluttered. So that's nice. The only bad thing is I get a bunch of morons that live in these preppy houses that they're just jerks. And there's nothing else to say about it. I live right next to a private community with a big old gate around it. And they're kind of a little different too. And then you get like all these new homes, and you go over this little bump, and then it's like going over the train tracks on my house over here. You know what I mean? In the other side of town. And I prefer it that way. Because that way I could do stuff in my garage, and I'm not like these other people who can't even fart without the neighbors smelling it.
Yeah.
I don't like those at all.
Yeah, the houses they're building here, they're, between the house is like less than 10 feet. It's like, what the heck is that?
That's horrible.
Yeah. And you walk out of your house the old days, you had some property, you had a decent size driveway. You could put 4 cars, no problem. Now it's like you step out of your house, you go 10 feet, boom, you're on the street.
Yeah.
There's no frontage on the house. Same in the back. There's no backyard anymore. It's gone.
Yeah. It's bad. I don't even know why they allow that. That's just wrong.
Yeah, that's how they're doing it now. Like my brother, he lives in an area, more of a rural area, so he's got a nice property. So he's one of the lucky ones.
Yeah.
So I've been to the Coachella Fest at some point, so I think it's not very far away from where you're at Coachella. You know where that is?
Where? Sorry?
Coachella Valley, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I've been there. There was so many people. It's.
Do you know where, Nathan? Do you know where Lakewood is?
Lakewood? I've seen it on the map. I've never been there, but it's right over by Orange County, isn't it? Over in that area.
Very close. Yeah, my wife's relatives live in that area there.
Yeah. See, I don't live on the side with the ocean that gets a breeze. I live in the valley where it's like really hot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you have to go over the Ortegas and get over to that side where the ocean is.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's bad. There's no parking. Everything's on top of each other.
Right.
And everybody's got a dent in their car because they don't know how to drive. So I drive my big old 4x out there because if you're going to hit me, you're going to fall to pieces, not me. And yeah, I'm not doing that with those little race cars out there. So, and everybody drives a Tesla. Let me just tell you, like 40% of the cars out here are Teslas.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. And then here I am in my big old diesel. You know what I mean? I got a Dodge 4x4 quad cab long bed, and I'm out there, roaming around. It's like, dude, I not with you crazies driving.
Manual transmission.
No manual. It's automatic with the stick on the floor for the 4x4. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I won't do it. Not with these crazies. You're gonna run right into my truck and fall apart. I'm not.
Yeah, where
I'm
we
not
live,
doing
there's
that.
a lot of Teslas too.
I keep telling my wife, I says that guy's bumper made a cake because you keep getting up close to it. We're gonna be eating it soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't stand it.
The best bumper sticker I've seen was if you drive really close to it, you'll see it says, "Are you this close to God?"
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But well, you were how expensive are the houses next to the beach?
Oh, next to the beach are over $1 million. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting close to it for under that. Not these days.
But in San Diego, when I was living there, it was pretty cheap. 10 years ago.
Well, it's 10 years ago. Yeah.
14 years ago, sure.
Now a track home anywhere in San Diego is 700 or more.
Oh yeah.
See, the average house in the Toronto area, 1.1, 1.3 million.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. It's cheaper next to the beach in San Diego than in Ottawa and Toronto.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Well, I seen the latest census, and they did a survey on the best places in the world to live in, and they had about 6 different criteria: lifestyle, jobs, security, safe neighborhoods, stuff like that. And Canada ranked number 3 in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So Switzerland, Denmark, and then Canada were the top 3. You'd be surprised.
All their areas.
And guess what the U.S. ranked? I was pretty shocked, but 48 on the list.
48.
Way down there. So it's going to be interesting next month with your elections. What's going to happen? That's all I got to say.
Oh, it will be. Be a fun one. Just stay off the streets and let them do their thing.
Well, see, I think the reason why a lot of Canadians watch the American news is because whatever happens down there will ricochet into Canada, economically, politically, everything.
Yeah, it's gonna reflect in Canada very quickly.
Yeah.
If
One of the closest trading partner, right?
Yeah, whoever's got elected, if it's the wrong one, not to name names, but if it's the wrong one, and United States goes down the toilet, then Canada's gonna go down the toilet very as quick as maybe quicker than the United States.
I don't know, man. I can't afford gas right now. So if that one person gets in, I really won't be able to afford gas, and it's going to be horrible. So I need the other one to get in so I can actually drive around in my city. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuel for my truck, when it was bad, it was like $7 a gallon. So for the diesel, and then now it's still 5 something a gallon here in California. So
yeah,
I need it cheaper, man. I need somebody else in there that actually knows what they're doing so we can actually drive around.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need to go get a workout on my way to the park where I walk and get a workout. I don't need that. I want to drive there, you know what I mean, so I can have the comfortable ride home.
Right.
Not I'm dying on one leg trying to get home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be interesting how things play out. It's like a more like the U.S. thing is one thing, but what's happening in Russia and the Middle East right now, that's disturbing too. You know,
Yeah, well, that's got to get shut down. Like, I'll tell you what right now. Well, I can't say it because I don't want to get into politics, but the one side is fighting for a one-state solution. I'll just say it that way, and they're fed up with the whole everything else, and they're just telling everybody to shut up, and they're doing their own thing, and that's it. And that's the way they should have done it from the beginning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not doing anybody any good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I like for the victims in Florida, you know what I mean, and stuff like that had their house swept away, for them to get funding, and then instead we're sending it to other countries. So
yeah,
I would like to see it help all the people out there. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, like elevate our homeland before we elevate somebody else's.
Yeah, I'd like to see that as well. That's America.
Yeah, what a good idea.
Yeah, what a concept, huh?
Well, I also heard, well, actually, some videos have been popping up on YouTube lately about weather manipulation. Apparently, certain groups in the U.S., they were studying and trying to perfect weather manipulation. And this stuff is actually starting to come out now into the mainstream.
Well, those hydron, whatever you call them, collider things.
Yeah.
They're screwing things up.
Yeah.
They're making magnetic fields in there in order to hold particles in. And I'm sorry, that's too much of a gigantic field. You're messing with the earth, and they need to stop it.
Yeah, the Hadron Collider in Switzerland. Yeah.
It's having adverse effects.
I heard they were going to build a bigger one.
They need to stop all that. That's got to stop. I don't like any of that stuff. Get rid of it.
They're messing with stuff they don't understand. They think they know everything, what they're doing, but they don't.
No, they don't. There's repercussions everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
do you guys believe in the theory for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction?
well, yeah, that's what we're saying.
Well, like, what happened over there on the other side of the world, all that, energy that was between missiles and radars and things blowing up and God knows what else. Like, do you think that energy kind of reflected and, onto our side of the hemisphere and caused?
Sure, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's like maybe we need to be kind of mindful of what actions happen, on the other sides of the world. It could cause, an effect here.
Well, they're using it as a weapon. That's when it's wrong, right? When you start playing with the actual atmosphere of the planet, it's not going to end well. And even for the perpetrators are the ones that are starting it, right?
Yeah.
There's many countries that have been working on this tech, right? Not just the U.S. Russia's been doing it. China's been working on it. Just to name a couple, there's many more that have been working on this tech for a long time. So,
yeah, they set off nuclear weapons in the ocean or under the ocean or in some cabin somewhere, and that's all having bad effects. So I don't like any of it.
Like even some of the stuff they're doing in Antarctica, that we don't even hear about, because why is a continent in Antarctica totally controlled by the military?
No, it's not only that, it's all the militaries are controlling it together.
Right. What is so special down there? That's what I really want to know.
Yeah, well, they're going to screw around and we're going to find out. How about that?
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Tectonic plates. I mean, it would make sense that that's why they are controlling it, because it's, magnetic.
Yeah, by the way, can we ever see the plates fold in on each other? Because I'd love to see that. Because that sounds like a big pile of what. I don't buy that theory at all. I think the ground goes up and down, there are caverns in there, and they sink, and the other parts rises somewhere else, and that's it. Do not think it folds in on each other at all, because they would have showed it by now. They would have said, "Hey, we discovered this," like we put the big camera on the bottom of the ocean to show giant sharks. We could have seen the earth fold in on itself. That would have been amazing, but it's not there.
No.
You mean the hollow Earth theory?
No, I mean, like, they keep saying one plate is here, another plate goes under it like this, but where? I've never seen it. I've seen caverns explode underground and things go down, and then other parts of the earth come up with mountain ranges and stuff. I have never seen something fold in on each other like that. Or we got a magical God fart that makes all the continents shift and they all pull away from each other. Like, how did that happen? So I've never seen anything like that.
Like even at the bottom of the ocean, we know more about outer space than we do our oceans. That's going to tell you something right there.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, the picture of Mars, you ever seen it, the real one?
Yeah.
Completely different than the red planet they tell us. It looks like a habitable planet. It's got greenery on it. It's got, blue on it. All these different colors. It's not red.
Interesting.
So, and they have that on a government website, by the way.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something if there was actually vegetation on that planet right now?
I think they're just lying to us. They just flat out lied to us.
Interesting.
Yeah. And if there's no oxygen, why don't we? If there's no oxygen, why don't we send plants over there to create oxygen? Something like that. Like they're just seeds.
Yeah.
Just seeds that could create oxygen, and after like 30 years, we could just go there, and live there.
Well, what if they already fund these black projects, and they do exist, and there is a civilization that actually has already, been started there? And you hear scientists disappear or very important people. What if those people are given that, choice? You go somewhere else and forever forget this place, and you can start human civilization, or you get to stay here and keep on posting and yapping, but you won't get anywhere. Do you that would be a possibility? How do we know that is not? I mean, if all the science is indicating that there is, life, then why would we not assume that they've already started that for, the select few?
Yeah, it's just
I
there's
I
no
think
food.
NASA. I think NASA, hides a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that NASA is a mainstream entity, so they control the mainstream narrative, and it costs like $100 to review new theories, but they rather spend $1 billion on the Alcubierre drive, something that's never gonna work. Instead, so it makes no sense.
Yep. I agree. I'm looking for that planet picture right now. See if I can't find it.
I don't know if you guys have noticed that the moon is like super big right now.
Oh yeah,
it just looks bigger than normal.
It's gonna crash on Earth.
No, it's a projection. It's a projection.
Flat Earth.
Flat Earther.
Yeah, we got Flat Earth.
Oh my God.
Oh man. I bet they contribute to that too.
Oh man, the flat Earth thing just destroys me. When I hear that, my eyes just roll in the back of my head. I'm like, oh my God, really?
One meme that is pretty funny are the one back in the 80s when you see the Jetsons. People in the 80s thought we would be living in flying vehicles these days. It's the opposite. Not only we don't, but we think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we took a right-hand turn somewhere. And it was like a dead end road.
There you go, Mike. I pulled it up for you. That's actually what Mars looks like. Not all red. It's colors everywhere.
So that blue obviously is water.
Yeah, it could be frozen, could be liquid. I don't know. They didn't go that far into it. They just said that's the true color of Mars. They usually show this giant red planet. So they're lying to us about the stuff in our own solar system.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks like it. Hey, let's go there. You know what I mean? And that's probably why they don't show it that way all the time.
Yeah, maybe if it's Earth's twin, and they don't want us to know.
Yeah. So, anyway, so my question would be, if that's what it really looks like, where the heck are they getting those pictures coming from? Are they changing the colors to red when they show it from NASA? I mean, how bad does this got to get? You know what I mean? How much are they going to lie to us?
There are reports from whistleblowers specifically said, I've seen it. There's a room and and there's like two guys in the room scrubbing photos.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a spectrum analysis.
Even the moon too. I've heard stories where they were just doing major washing of the pictures from the moon, especially the back side of the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that the moon like rings like it's hollow is
yeah,
proof enough that something unusual is going on that they're not telling us.
Yeah. And here's the funny part. They were talking about, okay, they said, yeah, you sent all these rockets to the moon in the late 60s, right? And the guy goes, why haven't we gone back to the moon? He asked a NASA engineer. And he goes, we don't have the technology to do that today.
Yeah,
and
that was hilarious.
Thinking to myself, that is the most retarded, stupid answer I've ever heard in my entire
I guess
life.
they're telling like the new NASA employees that, oh, we lost it. We lost the technology.
We lost the technology. Meanwhile, I got a cell phone here that had more computing power than, the Atlas V rocket or the Saturn V rocket that went to the moon. I got more computing power in this phone
Hold on.
right now.
Isn't China on the moon right now?
Yeah, supposedly.
How did they get there and we can't find out how to get back there?
Exactly.
That's a damn good point there, Nathan.
I don't understand that. That's the new math. They got some millennial math going on there. We don't understand.
and then what was it? What's
the guy that got passed? He didn't get an A or B. He got passed. That's the guy running it now.
There was a probe that the U.S. sent to the moon there. I think it was last year. And when it landed, it fell over. Like literally fell on its side.
Oh, man, that's so funny.
You're going to send a multi-billion-dollar rocket to the moon, and then you're going to have the thing fall over like on its side. Like it's like this on a tripod. The thing fell over on its side. And when it fell over, the antenna system for that got buried in the ground. That's why they could communicate with it.
So we need another $1 billion to go save that $1 billion piece of junk that we put up there.
Jeez. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Like, I couldn't believe that NASA engineer actually said that. It was totally crazy.
Oh, man, that's so funny. Yeah, we don't know how to get back there. We can't get past the Van Allen belt. Oh, really?
Oh, really?
That's interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, I remember that one. I'm like, oh, yeah, you just admitted that you can't get through the Van Allen belt.
Yeah.
So was that a real landing or was it, filmed in a Hollywood studio?
Well, that's what somebody should have asked them. Hey, which studio did they film that in then?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, that would have been my follow-up question. Well, if we can't get there, then what studio did you film it in? What studio is the Mars rover in? Because I'd like to go look at it. I want to go dance in front of it.
It's probably at Paramount Studios.
It's like when Neil Armstrong hit foot on the floor on the moon first, but who took the picture? The cameraman. He was already on the moon, so it makes no sense.
Hey, Ian asked, Mike, are you doing a presentation tonight?
Me?
Yeah, he was asking if you were doing any kind of presentation tonight.
No. Not tonight. Next week, I'll be doing my Renegade device.
All right, Ian. Yep, that will be next week that he's doing a presentation.
Just
Thanks, Mike.
Set the date. Yeah.
We'll keep you guys updated.
Dance so we can let people know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Gerald's on Sunday. I've been waiting for this for 3 months. So
yeah, this is gonna be good.
So he's working hard on it, man, and I don't know. I promoted stuff on his channel, you know what I mean? Whatever I could to get anybody there, every community post I could out. So just trying to get anybody and everybody there to subscribe because he's not doing it on everybody's channel on Monday. He's doing it on Sunday on his so that we can get him as many subscribers as we can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and then I just told him, you know what I mean? After that, he can put it on any channel he wants and we'll just, we'll replay or whatever if that's what he wishes. But I want him to get all those numbers first.
Yeah.
So
mine's not going to be a huge amount of theory. A lot of my stuff is going to be more history.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
History stuff. It's good to know some history, where all this stuff started and how old inventions got rehashed and renamed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's some good history stuff there. I personally like history. I know a lot about Tesla. I've studied a lot about him. Eric Dollard's another one I've studied quite a bit in his history. And Steinmetz. what's another one of my favorites is Steinmetz. Robert Adams. You'll be hearing about Robert Adams and how he kind of built the actual, I guess, say, predecessor to the Bendini motor.
Yeah, the Adams motor.
Yeah, the Adams motor. So he was building that way back in the 60s, way before Bendini was. So a lot of the ideas and concepts from that device were into the Bendini device, or the Ron Cole motor, they used to call it. That was a guy who was working with back in the early 80s, Ron Cole. So, yeah, like Bendini worked on a lot of stuff, but it was a lot of stuff that was already created. So he basically repackaged it, renamed it, you know. But, you know, you can't really knock him. He did contribute a lot as far as perfecting circuits and switching circuits and understanding the back EMF, the radiant energy, stuff like that. But there were guys before him already doing this. He just learned it and kind of took it to the next level, right?
Yeah. Well, I always find it funny. I don't think a day goes by I don't get a comment that says it's not an over Unity device. He didn't do anything. He just charged a battery with a battery. And I'm like, dude, did you even look at it, or did you just want to tell me that as you pass by? Because it's really stupid when you can use one battery to charge 8 batteries. It kind of breaks the whole thought pattern of 1-to-1, doesn't it? It just makes you look stupid for saying it, is what it does.
Exactly.
So
the only way to get over Unity is to have a hyper efficient system. When you get a hyper efficient system, you're that narrow gap to go over Unity becomes a smaller gap, smaller and smaller. So the more efficient you can make your device, and you're taking advantage of the collapsing radiant energy coming into the device, will always exceed the power that you're putting into the device. So it's not just how much power you're creating at the end, it's how much power you're putting into the device.
Yeah, well, it's how much you capture along the way, isn't it? Every capacitor you fill,
right,
any battery you fill, any part of it is what you got to capture, and that's the point.
Right. Exactly. Even Joseph Newman, you know, if you read his book, he's probably one of the most accurate on all this. He really figured it out. And he had many, many engineers from Georgia Tech and MIT check his device out and said they wouldn't do it on record because they were worried about their reputation, but some of them did. And they said, yes, this device does put out more energy than it takes to run it. So if you got high level, regular academic guys coming out and saying, yeah, there's something to this, we should be looking into it, and then, you know, totally getting blacklisted from the U.S. Patent Office and losing in federal court, and, you know, they put him through the ringer, the poor guy. But it just goes to show how hell-bent they were on not allowing this tech out.
Yeah.
It's suppressed.
Well, they're all talking about it now. Even channels that dismissed it, they're all talking about it now.
Yeah, like Tom Falone, you know, worked for the patent office. You know, he was one of those guys that's seen several devices go through the patent office that they basically shifted it right over to the military right away for them to assess it if they deemed it national security risk, section 113. If it was deemed as national security risk, it was blackballed and thrown into the drawer, never to see the light of day. And I know two inventors that had their stuff thrown in the drawer. So,
you know, sometimes national security doesn't mean that it's something dangerous on the borderlines of like explosive or anything, but it could be disrupting the economy.
That's
because
right.
if you know, so you know, there's just what level it is. They might be just afraid of you know, the economy disruption, not the, you know, not as a scare of somebody losing their life, you know?
Yeah, it's the status quo. They want to keep the things that, you know, going. They also call it disruptive technology. Well, how is it going to disrupt things when it's going to make things better? How is that disruptive? I think that's where the patent office doesn't know, right? Something
That
that
term
makes something
disruptive
better.
is telling because disruptive means it's going to disrupt their ability to control you, their power.
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And
Well,
it's not just the U.S., it's global. It's global.
Just so you guys know, I'm going to lie about how much energy I get. I'm going to give you a lowball figure. Just so we're aware. I have no intention of getting blackballed like that. So
Wait until I start making money with C++ superset. I'll tell the whole world. And no, I'm just kidding. And I'm not gonna do that. I'll get killed.
yeah, that's what I mean. I'll tell it to you with a 10% increase, and when you find out it's got a lot more in it, well, I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
Only what's on the package.
Yeah, just say if you got more than what you thought you were going to get, hey, all the power to you. Just go with it.
You put a little magic switch on the inside that actually turns a real device on.
Yeah, yeah. After unpacking your device, switch this switch to the left. And
Yeah, well, you don't even tell them. You just let people like us who tear things apart find it. And they're like, "Hey, what's this switch for?" Oh, it actually does something.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Oh,
why is my battery lasting 6 years?
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny.
Anyways, guys, it is after 11. I think we'll call it wraps. I gotta take the car into the shop tomorrow, get some work done. So I'm gonna be there for 8:30. We do our next live cast again Friday night at 9 o'clock Eastern. As I was saying at the beginning of the show, that after next week I won't be doing shows for about 2 weeks. I have to go on afternoons at work. So don't forget, there's Nathan and Ben. They do excellent podcasting. Usually doing a couple shows a week at least. So please join their channels. If you guys can post your channels there in the live chat, please subscribe to them. Check out their shows. They had some really good guests on in the last little while. Nathan had Joe Legacy on last week. They have great archives of all their shows and their experiments that they're currently working on. Philip, maybe do a plug for your Fornux.
C++ superset, yeah.
Yep. So you can check that out as well. Any last words before we sign off for the night?
Yeah, so I was not able to get that modified Jewel Thief to work with the Christmas coil, but if anybody is interested in seeing the neodymium sphere test I'm about to do after this ends, head over to my channel, BeneficenceTV. So I will be continuing the stream for a few minutes just to show that off after we end here.
Cool, I'll check it out.
On Sunday, we're doing Gerald's coil on Gerald's channel. So
yeah, go to
show
Old
up.
Man Builds. Go to Old Man Builds.
That's right.
You can
That's
see
at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I believe.
1 Eastern? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to have a pregame show on my channel to rally up some people to raid his.
Yeah.
Exactly. Don't forget, the guys have their Patreon accounts as well. Please sign up with their Patreon. Support these guys with their experiments. Even if it's a couple of bucks a month or whatever it is that they set up, it goes a long way and helps Ben and Nathan get the parts they need for their projects and everything. So, and as well, I have my Patreon. It's been going for a couple of years now. Every penny I get from that goes towards the project. So definitely money well spent. And I got my 3D printer for my Patreons and have the equipment that I use for my Patreons. So pretty much if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have the gear that I have to do a lot of the work. So thank you to my Patreons and everybody that supports us. All right, guys, have a great night. I'm sure we'll be chatting through the week. So we'll see everybody next Friday night.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Great show.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, everybody, give me one moment. Alright guys, give me a few minutes to get set up here. I am going to switch it over to the intermission screen just briefly while I get set up, and we will do this neodymium sphere demonstration with the new Christmas coil.
Treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to play. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? chasing a path, but oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the life, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Joe shows proof, redneck, the case clear, and I buy him a scream, or just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled wide, with fire in his eyes. Watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Draw spin fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he won't be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. There's ever been.
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation. Dreams
Frequencies, Volume 1, Divine Pulse.
Majestic moments in cosmic flight, holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection, with every beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of our invitation. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection, with every beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
Alright, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We're about ready to do our neodymium test on the Christmas coil. Yes, it appears Christmas did come early today, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, let me detach the camera, and as you can see, we are putting 7.83 hertz square waveform into the mini stereo amp board we have here. And we're going to turn on the power supply, and we're going to put that power into the coil. And we got a little tiny disc-shaped neodymium in there right now, and then we'll replace that with the sphere. Turn the oscilloscope on. And here we go. Slowly increasing the gain on the mini board. Alright, sorry about that. The mic got disconnected. So we're going to slowly increase the gain. We can see the light is kind of blinking. You can flip it a little bit. There we go. Let's increase the power a little bit. Alright, we're going to replace that with the neodymium. Increasing the gain. We're getting power. Give it a little kick. Ooh, daddy. Remember, these coils are a capacitor. We won't want it to build up too much of a charge now, do we? Very, very nice. Very, very nice. All right. Now, I'm curious. Let's bust out the magnetic pole detector. Where did I leave that? So we're not detecting any pole. Look at that, guys. No pole. But we have a strong electromagnetic field generated. So, just to prove that, this thing's going nuts. again. Nothing. Alright, and if we do put in the correct frequencies, we can get some kind of power output. Although, I'm curious to see what the measurement is going to be because I haven't actually hooked the multimeter up yet. Okay, so we're putting in 1 kilohertz. Alright, so we're going to hook up the multimeters and see what we get. Alright guys, so conclusions before we wrap up this live stream. I tried several different high frequencies been putting into the coil, including the resonance range that we get over Unity production in Mark 1, which is 1 kilohertz. Now, it appears that the highest efficiency that I could get it to go, although I didn't measure current yet, we're just checking voltage at this point. The highest efficiency for the voltage I could get to it to go is 7.7 volts in and 5 volts out. Now, it's still pretty efficient if we're assuming we're maintaining current, and we will check that tomorrow. As for now, I couldn't get the modified Jewel Thief to work with the Christmas coil, unfortunately. I will probably have to talk with Michael and maybe go over my system and make sure I didn't configure it wrong. And if all else fails, then we just have to assume or make the assumption that the unfinished last wind of the interference pattern played some role in that. But we're going to take that one step at a time. Also, the neodymium sphere does spin quite nicely, so at any rate, we will be able to generate magnetic inductance with a neodymium sphere. So we will be able to also, spin a rotary motor to generate electricity that way. The results of the coil so far, again, 7.7 volts on the input and 5 volts on the output, and that is assuming we're maintaining current. Then we are getting a little bit of a loss, so we will do some more tests either tomorrow or Sunday, so stay tuned for that. I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. And again, if you'd like to support my research, go to patreon.com/BeneficenceTV. And many blessings and much love. Have a good night, everybody.